Thought ABC took their ball and went home. I ain't lying. It took them forever to post the second live. Cause I was like, oh hell. Don't tell me I'm gonna have to do this shit from Fox today. I saw somebody say something, and I agree with this. Somebody said, in no form or fashion should Karen Reed's trial take precedence over Tyre's trial. And I gotta say, I agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Because, see, Tyre's situation is a social issue. It's a race issue. Of course, it was black cops, and I know people, no, black cops is worse in this fucking city than white cops. I'd rather have a white cop over a black cop. That should tell you. But I absolutely agree with that. I saw that comment and I was like, absolutely, they're fucking right. And I've been looking, and I'm looking at their chat right now, and people all over the world is tuned in, and I'm glad. I'm happy. I'm glad. At least it's getting some form of attention, you know? Allegedly, and this is alleged because I ain't seen no proof of this yet. Allegedly, one of the jurors got sick. I don't know. We'll see at 1:30. Because it's supposed to start at 1:30. allegedly running bear. Ever since we started this trial, this court is notorious for being late. They took a break earlier. He told them to be back at 11:05. Shit didn't start until 11:16 exactly. Don't know, Cash, because we can't see him.
put on proof from Nichols' mother as well. She testified as to the body, etc. And the court testified that her son and his condition. She didn't have any proof about any other cases. No, second-degree murder, aggravated kidnapping, aggravated assault, official oppression. There's no proof whatsoever regarding any sort of conspiracy, any sort of design, any sort of knowing, etc. from Ms. Wills. And number one, respect for Ms. Wills and respect for the family. I didn't cross-examine it. So we then go on to who the only person that presented any sort of eyewitness testimony regarding anything that would have taken place in that scene, being that of Mr. Mills. Desmond Mills testified that, and I want to be extremely careful because in addition to asking him questions in cross-examination regarding his prior testimony, inconsistencies, etc., I tried to have questions narrowly tailored specifically to the accusation and to trace the statutes regarding, number one, the knowing element. I asked him specifically whether or not, based off of the information he had, if Tadarrius Bean, prior to going to that scene, had any knowledge whatsoever about Mr. Nichols, or knew anything about him being anything other than a suspect. He was a passenger in the vehicle driven by Mr. Mills, and when he sees the suspect, he then gets out and does what he is sworn to do. And I'm jumping in order, but of course, we heard testimony today from Ms. Mackey, and I can't remember her exact rank, but she's an officer with Memphis Police Department, and she read that he was a sworn officer who had taken his oath of office and at that time had not been in any way certified or suspended. So he's in the car acting in his status and capacity as a Memphis Police Department officer. According to the testimony from Mr. Mills, once he sees that suspect, there's not a lot of gray area about what he's supposed to do. He has to get out. After he attempted to speak with the suspect turns and runs. And according to the testimony provided by Mr. Mills, Mr. Bean did what he's supposed to do, give chase to that fleeing suspect. He attempts to apprehend that suspect. Mr. Mills did not find any, or did not provide any sort of commentary regarding that being in any way wrong on direct testimony, but on cross-examination, he in fact said that there were no sort of criticisms that he could give for the actions of Mr. Bean. He said that Mr. Bean was holding an arm, and according to the testimony, based off of what he had seen on the screen, his striking of the suspect's arms or hands when he reached up, according to testimony from Mr. Mills, was proper, and it was in no way anything that could have been considered towards the killing or eventual death of Mr. Nichols. But in fact, he says that he found no criticism regarding those strikes to the arms and forearms based on what he had seen, and he gave testimony saying that that's the only place that he saw Mr. Bean strike Mr. Nichols. Furthermore, when asked about the blows that were administered by Mr. Martin, going back before the blows, I asked questions regarding any sort of a conspiratorial type of plot regarding Mr. Nichols, whether or not there was any sort of information regarding Mr. Nichols having done something that they were going to try to exact any sort of revenge or try to gain any sort of advantage based off of their position and power regarding Mr. Nichols. Mr. Mills' testimony was they did not know him, and he had no information that Mr. Bean in any way knew him. He also said that there was no kind of conversations indicating that Mr. Bean was in any way angry, agitated, anything along those lines. He also indicated that his criticisms seemingly were towards his actions regarding the baton, but when he was cross-examined regarding the use of the ASP baton, he indicated that he did give the strikes to the shoulder area, between the shoulder and the wrist area. So seemingly, Mr. Bean would not have any reason, based off of training, NPD training, to have thought that those blows in and of themselves could in any way have been something that could have caused the death of Mr. Nichols. Likewise, he talked about the fact that in holding one arm and in holding the other arm being held by Mr. Smith, they were doing this because there was one handcuff on and another handcuff on, and you have a suspect attempting to walk away. He testified that you don't have an option to let one of those arms go. That was his testimony. So based on that, how have they met any sort of burden as it relates to presenting one scintilla of evidence that the jury can consider regarding second-degree murder, it being a knowing killing? There's nothing that Mr. Mills offered in that regard. Likewise, when you go to the next, just looking at the elements, aggravated assault, there was no testimony that Mr. Bean's actions in any way were taken to, or in any way went towards attempting to cause injury to Mr. Nichols. To the contrary, the testimony was that once the actual handcuffs went on, number one, everything stopped. The videos show that once the handcuffs were definitively on, that everybody seemingly scattered like insects when the lights come on. They got away from the body of Mr. Nichols. But after, and I counted approximately 40 seconds or so, Mr. Smith, who had some medical training, says, hey, let's set him up. Who helped him set him up? Mr. Bean, so that he could get air. And he sat in that position. Nobody did anything to aggravate or agitate Mr. Nichols at that point that he's sitting up. Now, I know that it was characterized, at least in opening statement, as dragging him, but consider this, Your Honor, they had, and I think the testimony was clear, Mr. Bean had run from approximately 80 yards with his 40 pounds worth of equipment to try to apprehend this suspect, and had been engaged in wrestling with him while having himself been contaminated with pepper spray. And during that time, even Mr. Mills' testimony was he was getting his own air together and things like that. So at a time that he was exhausted, his eyes are blinded, he's agitated, he thought to at least help Mr. Nichols sit against the car. That is not a person that's trying to cause injury or in any way do anything illegal or improper to Mr. Nichols. As it relates to aggravated kidnapping, once again, you're apprehending a suspect that has, as the call out said, been engaged in being pepper sprayed, tased, and overcoming 3 officers. That tells these trained officers that this individual has, at least at that point in time, engaged in activity that is potentially felonious. Now, we'll come to learn eventually that it was, but we know that if you're engaging in that type of activity where you overcome these officers and you have that call out, Mr. Bean does not have the luxury, in retrospect, to say, hey, we don't need to try to apprehend the suspect. There's no way that he would know that this man would not in any way give his hands up for the period of time that he did. That said, Your Honor, in the light most favorable to the state, what have they presented? Now, you have also the testimony of Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross is not, Dr. Ross, I apologize. Dr. Ross is not able to testify as to the category of homicide. This court is well aware there are a number of categories. He doesn't say whether or not it's justifiable homicide, whether or not it's manslaughter. All he can say is based off of the testimony, based off of what he witnessed, it seems that there was torsional injury that would have been related directly to the blows administered by Emmitt Martin. Emmitt Martin's not here. There's no testimony that Emmitt Martin in any way directing anybody towards actions or actions towards Mr. Nichols. There's been no testimony regarding anything that was apprehended as far as communications that could have presented information if they had it, saying that there was somehow some plot or something together via text messages or via communications that we are going to pull over a random suspect and torment them. There's nothing along those lines at all. There's absolutely no testimony from anybody that they knew the mental condition of Mr. Martin, that Mr. Bean would have known the mental condition of Mr. Martin whatsoever. He testified that until the last trial, I think this is from Mr. Mills, we didn't know that he was, this mental condition or what have you, and any kind of pre-existing conditions that would have put our lives as well as the public's lives in danger related to Mr. Martin. That was not conveyed, and there's been no proof at all that it would have, should have, or in any way could have been conveyed to Tadarrius Bean. So based on that, Your Honor, looking at the light absolutely most favorable, this is a common law murder case. And as a common law murder case, a common law aggravated kidnapping case, common law aggravated assault case, there's been no testimony that should take this case out of the purview of this court and put it in the purview of the jury. And that's I know that it is a rare occurrence. I know that it is a burden that they have to, at this point, it is not beyond reasonable doubt or what have you, but there's not a scintilla of evidence that they should be able to consider as a jury that will in any way say that this man should be able to be considered guilty or not guilty at this time of any of these elements.
Second.
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of Demetrius Haley, pursuant to Rule 29, we move for acquittal of all of the charges because the state has failed to prove the charges and no reasonable, rational juror could find Demetrius Haley guilty of these 7 charges beyond a reasonable doubt. What I'd like to do, if going second, is to the extent Mr. Perry's recitation of the testimony applied to all 3 defendants, I'd like to adopt that rather than repeating it. But I'd like to focus first on the second-degree murder charge and the knowingly killed elements, which there's simply, there's no proof on that. No juror could convict, find beyond a reasonable doubt that Demetrius Haley knowingly killed Tyre Nichols. The proof on this essentially comes from 2 people. It comes from Dr. Ross today, who made very clear that the cause of death is the trauma to the head of Tyre Nichols, and he focused on Mr. Martin's initial kicks and Mr. Martin's punches to the head. There's also video evidence demonstrating those traumatic blows. Yesterday, Desmond Mills testified, and his testimony on this issue, he is an eyewitness. He was a participant in this altercation, and he was there interacting at Ross or at Castlegate and Bear Creek with Mr. Nichols much longer than Demetrius Haley. Mr. Mills made clear that that Martin's initial kicks, to quote Mr. Hagerman again, the soccer-style kick to the head and the second follow-up occurred before Demetrius Haley got to Ross and Castlegate. And all of Martin's punches to his head occurred before Demetrius Haley got to Castlegate and Bear Creek. And today, Dr. Ross is clear, as the medical examiner, that was the trauma that caused Tyre Nichols' death. And so there is simply no evidence by which any of these jurors could rationally conclude that the state has proven second-degree murder. Moving to the 2 kidnapping charges, again, there's no removal. So certainly can't be an unlawful removal. The state has to be pursuing these charges based upon confinement. And there is absolutely no evidence of an unlawful confinement. Testimony again, going back to Mr. Mills yesterday, when he saw, along with Tadarrius Bean in that two-man car at Ross and Castlegate, they saw the person they believed to be the suspect that had run from Mr. Haley, Mr. Martin, and Officer Hemphill at Ross and Rains. He was wiping his face. They knew he had been pepper sprayed, and Mr. Mills said he met the general description. They said, hey, and he took off running again. Mr. Mills also testified that at that point, they had a lawful basis to detain and confine that suspect. And it's based upon his conduct and what he had done. There was a lawful traffic stop, and from there, he resisted arrest and he fled. Once he was seen again by law enforcement on duty in uniform, performing their public service as sworn post-certified officers, the mere introduction, hey, he takes off again. They had a reason to detain and confine him. And that confinement was legitimate, and there is simply no way that the state has established any evidence by which rational jurors could find that there was an illegal confinement. Both of the aggravated kidnapping charges should be dismissed. Moving on to the oppression and misconduct charges, I want to start by noting what the state said in its bill of particulars. It said these defendants neglected their duty to provide helpful information to medical and emergency personnel and harmed Tyre Nichols. Well, Judge, in order to provide helpful information, you have to have the information. And again, not only the video evidence, but the testimony of Mr. Mills makes clear that Emmitt Martin's blows, Desmond Mills' use of pepper spray, Desmond Mills' use of a baton, the ASP baton, at Castlegate and Bear Creek, all occurred before Demetrius Haley arrived. That testimony is substantiated by the videos that the state has put into evidence. Element of the oppression is that the public servant knew that the conduct was unlawful. We're here in this courtroom 2 years later with 20/20 hindsight, watching a lot of video and putting it together. When Demetrius Haley arrived at Castlegate and Bear Creek and saw that Mr. Nichols was not detained at that point, he used a hard hands technique trained at the academy, authorized and within MPD policy and procedure. Hit one time, single leg strike in the upper arm, a muscle area. It was proper. It did not cause any trauma to the head, and Mr. Haley had absolutely no knowledge of what had occurred at Castlegate and Bear Creek prior to his arrival, except, and again, there's the radio transmissions that where Officer Smith said, the suspect is fighting and we need more cars. And until Demetrius Haley got there, he did not know what had occurred. There was absolutely no description, and unlike every courtroom, he's not there watching video or any live transmission or anything. He couldn't know that there was anything going on other than officers meeting, held, detaining a person that had been resisted arrest when he and Hill and Martin tried to detain him for traffic violations at Ross and Rains. The suspect got away from all three of them, did not seem to be impacted by pepper spray or a taser. Also, as the video shows, within roughly 1 minute, it's right at 1 minute after Mr. Haley uses that trained hard hand technique, the single leg strike. He's on the radio to dispatch, fulfilling his training and duty to get medical help. He's calling for an ambulance. And I think that the state, again, has not put on evidence by which any rational juror could find Mr. Haley guilty of misconduct or oppression. I'm going to have 1 second with Mr. Lester. Submitted at that point.
Judge, we've all practiced law long enough to know that Rule 29 motion to close the state's proof, just like Mr. Terry said, is rarely granted. But you've been here for all of the proof. And the question, as Mr. Sneed said, is whether or not a reasonable juror, considering the evidence in favor of most favorable to the state, could find beyond a reasonable doubt being charged. And I think, many times we don't say it, but I think if we are honest with ourselves from the standpoint of intellectual honesty as well as moral honesty, the proof is woefully short of even being presented to the jury. The state only presented one witness who was there on the scene, and that was, of course, Officer Mills. You heard his testimony. He didn't see a good bit of the action in order to intervene himself. There's been no proof other than grainy video of what went on that night. Now, we have to judge, as you know, the case law is pretty clear. You have to judge the conduct of the defendant, in this case, law enforcement officers, of what was being presented to them at that instant, not later, 2020 hindsight, with what they're faced with there on the scene. Mills was crystal clear that based upon pain tolerance, pain threshold, etc., Mr. Nichols was out of control. The only evidence we've heard is that of all the years he's been doing this, this is the most difficult arrest he's ever made. So you have to say, okay, where did Justin Smith go wrong? Where did Justin Smith divert from his law enforcement duties? We have to concede that the arrest was lawful. We've mentioned that, so I'm not going to repile that ground. But the arrest itself was lawful. In order to make the arrest, you have to handcuff the suspect and search him. That came from the state's witness. And that wasn't done until they could get Mr. Nichols under control. I think policing is very rough looking. I think probably all of us in this courtroom and probably anyone watching realize that policing is dirty work and it looks violent. That does not make it criminal at all. So in our minds and in our hearts, we know that Justin Smith did not break any laws. We talk about medical help. The only proof has been it was only Justin Smith that called for medical on the front end. It was only Justin Smith telling those EMTs they need to give Tyre some oxygen. It was only Justin, and I'm not saying only to the exclusion of these other men. I'm just saying that Justin Smith, who's a defendant, to be judged in his own right, Justin Smith was doing more for Tyre Nichols than the trained paramedics and EMTs there. trying to get this man some help, not because he knew that Emmitt Martin had gone off the rails and crushed this guy, his brain, but instead because he's a criminal suspect in their custody, and Justice Smith, the undisputed proof is, was doing everything he could for Tyre Nichols. There has been no testimony offered by the state of anyone qualified, much less someone qualified to say that any actions of, and again, I'm only addressing Justice Smith, that any actions of Justice Smith were improper. In other words, beyond the scope of what they were trained to do, beyond what a police officer is supposed to do to get somebody in custody. No one, Mr. Mills did not testify to anything critical of Justice Smith in his attempts to get Tyre Nichols in handcuffs. In fact, just the opposite. And so to present it, to say we are going to put this criminal case charging all these 7 charges, starting out with second-degree murder, in the jury box, when you've heard the proof, I just don't think that's. I think this is the appropriate Rule 29 case, as the judge said, as the, for lack of a better word, 13th juror, looking at what could a reasonable juror find, even in a light most favorable to the state. It's going to take courage, but the bottom line is there has been no proof presented by the state at all that Justice Smith violated any laws. And again, I think this is probably one case that we'll all run across that Rule 29 is appropriate as it relates to Justice Smith, and I will of course leave it to the other lawyers as it relates to their clients. Steve, you wish to respond?
Let me begin with Mr. Terry's first point, and I thought we talked about this when we picked the jury. These defendants are not charged with having a plan to kill him. They are not charged with first-degree murder. They're not charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. So that is simply irrelevant. They're charged with second-degree murder. What counsels ignore is 2 things. First, a video in which the jury can certainly find that they're watching 5 Memphis police officers beat a man to death. Is a beating to death a second-degree murder? Is it known? Of course it is. Can be. That's a jury question that is the clear province of a jury. Ignores the law. And we spent so much time talking about the law of criminal responsibility. Emmitt Martin delivered the worst blows, no doubt about it. But this jury can find these defendants assisted. They can find that Mr. Haley, like we watched on video, nobody wants to talk about. Mr. Haley gets out of his car, yells something, and then kicks Tyre Nichols while he's on the ground. And then watches Emmitt Martin kick him again while he's on the ground. Mr. Bean and Mr. Smith can be seen on top of Mr. Nichols, pressing him down, while Emmitt Martin takes the first soccer kick to the head, and then the second. Then they can be seen at his arms, holding his arms. Their face is literally less than half a foot from Tyre's when Emmitt Martin's punched him in the face, not once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times. And that whole time, as Mr. Mills testified, not a single one said, stop, don't do that. Why is that important? Because the second half of criminal responsibility is if you have a legal duty to intervene, you got to do something. They're Memphis police officers. They had to do something. Instead, they watched it happen right in front of their face. And what did they do afterwards? Put them on the side of the car and didn't tell anybody about any of this head trauma. This confinement, Mr. Stingel talked about it, absolutely could have started out lawful. Absolutely could have started out lawful. But at some point, this jury can find that lawful confinement became unlawful. And whether that's after soccer kick number 1 to the head, or soccer kick number 2 to the head, or punch 1, or punch 2, or punch 3, or punch 5, or kick 1 by Haley, or kick the final one by Emmitt Martin, or they can find it while he's sitting there at the car handcuffed, and these officers are lying to medical personnel about what happened. Not a single one telling medical personnel he's taking impacts to the head. So the lawful confinement can absolutely become unlawful. These officers had a duty, both under the law of criminal responsibility, but also in the official misconduct and oppression counts, and they violated that duty that night. We have issues for the jury. I understand that Mr. Zuma, Mr. Perry, Mr. Stingler are going to argue and have. Well, Mr. Bean, for instance, couldn't see X, or Mr. Smith couldn't see Y. I understand that. But those are jury questions for the jury to determine what Mr. We can clearly hear that nobody's ever said stop. We hear the testimony of Desmond Mills, no one ever said stop. We can hear the body cam when the medical personnel is there, and no one ever says impact to the head. They say, oh, he must be on drugs or something. From that proof, a reasonable jury can find the defendants guilty of all counts, and that's all counts to go to the jury.
Anything else on this one?
No time.
Very briefly on behalf of Mr. Hagman. Mr. Hagman just emphasized the video where defendants were watching these blows happen. Mr. Haley did not see any of Mr. Martin's soccer kick, second kick, or any of the punches to the head. The statute that he referenced, conduct of another person, failed, that would be, the person here would be Mr. Haley, fails to make a reasonable effort to prevent the commission of the offense, and with respect to the official impression, public servant has to know the conduct was unlawful. Mr. Mills agreed that you can't stop and you can't report what you didn't know about. His example, he had turned away, was blinded, and didn't see Martin's initial kicks until he watched the video. Very clear. He couldn't report that. He didn't see it. Mr. Haley wasn't present for the traumatic blows to Mr. Nichols' head that Dr. Ross testified caused his death.
Listening to the arguments with regard to the motions presented by each of the defendants, looking over the proof and the light most favorable to the state as required by the law. With regard to the first count of the indictment, the second degree murder, with regard to each of the defendants, looking at the light, looking at the evidence and the light most favorable to the state. Obviously, we have heard testimony from only one person that had any information with regard to that evening, that being Mills, Mr. Mills. We've heard his testimony, and through that testimony, had several videos that were presented. I know that the defense has their positions with regard to the actions that took place. Obviously, there has been arguments that's been presented by the state that are contrary to those positions. Looking at the videos, listening to the testimony of Mr. Mills, a jury could look at the videos and make determinations with regard to what the officers were doing to themselves, whether they were holding Mr. Nichols down while others were striking, or whether they were effectuating an arrest. That would be a decision that the jurors make. If they make a determination based off of the videos and the testimony that Mr. Smith and Mr. Bean were holding and were aware that Mr. Martin was kicking and did not try to stop those kicks from happening, a jury could come back and come to the conclusion that those actions or inactions contributed to the death of Mr. Nichols. With regard to Mr. Mr. Haley, who came to the scene later on, and with regard to Dr. Ross's testimony, I don't believe his testimony was as pinpoint as the defense has made, as identifying specific contacts with Mr. Nichols that contributed to his death, other than him saying that those actions were consistent with the damage that was done. There were a lot of blows that were given to Mr. Nichols, and some of those blows, or at least one, was given by Mr. Haley. Now, I don't recall there being testimony of exactly where that kick landed. I understand that the defense's position was that it was to an arm. I don't remember that testimony coming out, but that there was a kick. And the argument that that kick was done to assist in the arrest. Looking at the video, it appears that Mr. Haley continued to so the jury could look at those actions as contributing, as did the other actions in the death of Mr. Nichols. That would be a decision for the jury to make, to determine whether they were effectuating an arrest and continuing to do so, or whether it escalated and folks were just holding him up to be hit or taking kicks while he was being held down. So with regard to the first count, the court is going to deny the motion, allow that to go to the jury. With regard to the second count, with the aggravated assault, again, the court finds the same reasoning to allow that charge to go before the jury. The jury can ultimately make a determination on whether the facts that have been presented to them, the videos, and their interpretation of the videos, or whether an arrest is being effectuated, or whether these individuals were knowingly holding Mr. Nichols to allow him to be kicked or punched. With regard to the kidnapping, the court would agree that at some point, when this initially started, there's no indications other than this being a lawful arrest. However, if the jury were to make a determination after looking at all the proof that's been presented, and the court looking at it in the light most favorable to the state, at some point or another, the jury could very easily find that that lawful arrest became an unlawful detention. There was plenty of videos in which we saw, in which a jury, looking at that, listening to the testimony of Mr. Mills for what it was worth, could come to that conclusion. So the court will allow for count 3, the charges with regard to the aggravated kidnapping of 3 and 4 to go before the jury. Again, with the official misconduct in counts 5 and 6, as well as the 7th count, in determining whether these officers who had a duty to intervene, what they knew, what they were able to communicate, all of those things would be things for the jury to make a determination. There may not have been much that Mr. Haley could have communicated, but Mr. Haley, from the testimony that he was, or that was presented in the evidence that was presented, he was privy to some information. He himself kicked Mr. Martin kicked Mr. Nichols right after Mr. Haley. All of the officers were talking about what was going on, what had happened, and at no point did anybody communicate that information. I understand that there's been arguments that Mr. Smith was the only one to render any form of aid. And unfortunately, I think that seems by the video pretty accurate. But the court also doesn't necessarily find that the aid that is being attributed to Mr. Smith was to some form of degree that it somehow erases the other lack of action that could have been taken in rendering aid and removing himself from that exposure with regard to these counts. The court, with regard to counts 5, 6, and 7, will allow those counts to go before the jury, for the jury to make a determination on the officer's actions or with the defendant's actions. At that time, the court will deny these motions. With regard to the defense proof, now I understand that the state's case in chief may have ended earlier than we anticipated with regard to some of these witnesses. Where are we at with
Your Honor, I think logistically, it might be, once I guess get the court, it's going to be difficult to keep the continuity of order. I have 2 witnesses that can be available in the morning. My expert will be, or use of force expert will be available Friday. He has to have a calibration on this, on a pacemaker that was scheduled prior to this. We anticipated that was next week, but he can go back up here from Jackson, Mississippi on Friday. As it relates to her defendant, if the court will allow that logistically. But we were just told this morning that this would be the end of the proof from the state. Our anticipation was that it was going to last all week.
saying?
What Mr. Leffler and I, we do have a handful of witnesses we do intend to call. We have spent the past couple of hours reaching out. It is our understanding that Preston Henfield should be here at about 2:30, and we intend to put him on to that. There are 2 other witnesses that as we took the bench are still waiting to hear back from as to whether they could be here today or not. We do have a forensic pathologist who is coming in from St. Louis. She is able to be traveling this afternoon. She will be here to testify in the morning. Mr. Cameron, the use of force expert, is from California. He is definitely, he's advancing his travel. I'm unsure of exactly when he's going to be here. It might be Friday, certainly Saturday at the latest, but he is trying to advance his traveling.
We could have a DNA expert tomorrow or Friday.
Judge, a lot of it's going to depend on whether or not we are allowed to call people out of order, because being third defendant, I have better luck on gathering some of my witnesses that I have under subpoena to be able to come. But if we get hung up on, who's presenting the evidence and when, in what order, then I'm the third defendant. I'm prepared, but at the same time, I don't want to take the jury's time. So I went ahead and gathered up as many, I have gathered up enough witnesses that, frankly, probably overkill, could go late into the night. good use of our time, but we gotta get over this issue of, witnesses being out of order, being called by whomever.
We don't have a problem with the witnesses being called out of order, in this part. I think the continuity that needs to happen is when a witness is examined, Mr. Perry, Mr. Sango, and Mr. Zuma. But to present them out of order in this with direct examination, we don't have a problem with that.
But I guess the ultimate issue though is if Mr. Dumont has a witness that he wants to call, Mr. Perry's not going to be the first person that's going to be
And
questioned.
that's what I'm trying to say, I understand that. And the way this is gonna work, that'd be fine.
If it's one of my witnesses and I get to put them on, then of course these guys, I want to be able to put my witnesses on.
And so if the state doesn't have any issue with that, then we can go forward with these witnesses. All right. What we will do, we're going to take a brief recess. Why don't you all discuss which witnesses you all have available? You all can talk with state C as far as the order in which we need to call these folks. Let's come back.
The good news, Judge, is we did that during lunch break, and I've already told the district attorney's office that this is the route we ended up going. I do have a witness that's a hallway now. Whenever you put the jury in the box, we can start. Is that fair? Is that right?
Yeah.
No, the first one would be Kelly Rogers, then TDI.
Stand and brief recess.
Martha recess.
She'll be my second.
These motherfuckers really, they really thought that shit was gonna get dismissed. That makes total sense as to why their witnesses is not there, and they're sitting here having to fucking scramble and make phone calls and shit. And wow. Did y'all hear that? My witnesses will be here tomorrow, Friday. If I would have been the DA and judge, I would. Hey, why they not here today? Well, I tell you what, everybody that was supposed to go today that's not here, you can mark them off the list. Don't worry about it. I'm throwing out their testimony. That is so wild. Wow. Yeah, one of them's coming from St. Louis. One is coming from this side of the country, that side of the country. Wow. That makes total fucking sense now. Yeah, that's what I would have did. If I would have been the judge and DA, I would have pushed back on that shit. I would have pushed. Hell no. If your witnesses, my witnesses was here. So if your witnesses ain't here, the whole team that y'all claim y'all got, then. So you mean to tell me for the next 2 motherfucking weeks we gonna be listening to the defense witnesses? This shit is wild. I'm just sitting back thinking about this shit. When I sat here and heard them say, no, we need more time for our witnesses. What? Why the fuck is your witnesses not in Memphis already? What did y'all think was going to happen? Like, what the fuck did y'all think was finna happen? You knew this trial would come on. This shit was made back in January, so you knew this trial was coming. Why in the fuck are your witnesses not already in Memphis? They don't have to be in court, but why are they not already in Memphis? What the fuck? Did y'all think that the state was shit? Well, really, the state kind of fucked us all up with that one when they said the state rests what? So you mean to tell me you only called Tyre mama? I got it all wrote down. I've been writing this shit down, but y'all don't know. Y'all called Tyre mama. Y'all called Mills on the stand. Then you turned around. Y'all called the cybercrime investigator, special agent Derek Miller. Then y'all called the MPD officer who was over records, Rhodesia Mackey. Then y'all called the medical examiner and pathologist, Dr. Marco Ross. And then y'all said defense or prosecution rests. Huh? So y'all didn't call in no use of force experts, no none of that. Y'all called in one special agent, his mama, which defense didn't even want to fuck with that. They asked one question, then they had a sidebar. Defense turned around and said, we out. Defense rest. We ain't got shit to say to Tyre mama. Hell no, because anything we say gonna be fucked up and it's gonna be used against these officers. You damn right. We show this. You damn right. Everything you say to Tyre mama, we gonna be sitting here and like, fuck y'all. So defense was smart. They were smart. They knew to stay the fuck away from Tyre mama. They asked one question, had a sidebar, and then defense rested. They said, we ain't even finna play that game. But I already had this conversation yesterday. You can't just strictly rely on that video. You can't. Although that video is a damning piece. It really is. It's a damning piece. The audios from the body cams, they are damning. I'm not denying that. But I would have thought the state would have called in more witnesses than this. Because all these witnesses the defense is finna bring in is finna try to discredit everything they said. They're trying to keep it simple. Defense, they're going to muddy the fucking waters by so much misinformation that they'll have the jury confused as hell. I already know the game they're playing. But the fact that they sat here and did this shit today, we need more time. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Or did they cut the shit? No. Okay. I don't know. You know, ABC, when he done. He cut this shit off. He don't give a fuck if court's still going. He don't give a fuck if the judge said break or not break. Y'all know this cameraman, he don't give a fuck. When he gone, he gone. When he ready to take lunch, he ready to take lunch. This cameraman does not give a fuck. He runs by his own rules, his own time. Shout out to you, Mr. Cameraman. I don't knock you. Do what the fuck you want to do. Defense is playing the long game, though. Brenda, I ain't lying. That man cut it off earlier. We didn't hear shit. We didn't know if we were on break or lunch. We didn't know. He just cut off. He just walked the fuck off. Yesterday, trial wasn't even done. That motherfucker said he was done at 5. He left. He cut that shit off in the stream. We had to jump over to Fox. Hate fucking Fox. Because they be with the shit. Yeah. In the middle of the trial, that motherfucker at 5 o'clock said, fuck this, I'm out before traffic gets bad. Because everybody know 5 and 6 o'clock traffic. That shit is horrible. But that he cut that shit off and was out. No, I didn't lose my mind. That was peeking them. Like, I don't know. I don't know what's up with this camera. He has a strict schedule, though. We found that out real quick. It only took us 12 hours. When he did that shit last night and then today, yeah, cameraman does what he want to when he want to. Cash. Candy, you would think so, but apparently not. Apparently the defense didn't have none of their witnesses, not a one, not a piece of not one. I don't understand why the fucking DA or the judge allowed that shit, because if it would have been me, I would have been raising hell about that. Your Honor, if they not here, cut their ass. We're excluding that testimony because the defense had how long to prepare for this? Y'all asses should have been ready for any curveball. I don't know how you explain. I mean, we seen some fuck shit during trials, though, but this is some fuck shit. I ain't never seen defense say, our witnesses ain't here, Your Honor, so we need some more time. Possibly tomorrow or Friday. Friday. What I'm telling y'all, I think the state fucked them up because I think they thought that the state was going to go 2 or 3 days. Well, they already went, 1.5, 2. I say 2. Because really the first day was opening statement, so 2, yesterday and today. And they're like, we're done. So maybe 4 to 5 days they thought the defense or a prosecution was going to take up with witnesses. And when prosecution said, no, we rest, he fucked the defense up. Because ain't no way in hell you get caught with your pants down like that. How do you get caught with your pants down like that as a defense? That's the part that I just don't get. Very minimal. I think they're trying to keep it simple. To whereas, like I said, the defense is trying to throw so much shit out there at once and confuse the jury, and then the jury don't know what to think because we just heard one of the lawyers sit here and say that he has so many witnesses that he could pretty much pack the courtroom out. I think they're trying to throw off the jury without throwing all of this shit at them at once. Whereas the state was like, nah, we just gonna show the video and have the medical examiner testify, and that's it. Because that's really the only one that, I mean, between Mills and the medical examiner, those are the only two that really matter. Candy, apparently the defense got, I don't know what to tell you, honey. The defense is getting special treatment. I don't know. Memphis does what the fuck they want to do. He just got appointed in 22, running bear. But he's also already had a public reprimand because he was meddling in a case he had no business meddling in because it was his wife, Buddy, and they had both tried to give a word for him, and yeah.
Ma'am, because the acoustics aren't that great in here, if you can speak up the best you can, that would be great. For the purpose of the record, could you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record?
Kelly Rogers, KELLIROGERS.
And what, instead of giving your specific numerical address, could you please state to the court and the jury what street you live on?
Preserve Woods Cove,
Is that where, ma'am?
Arlington, Tennessee.
Is that Shelby County?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. On October 31st of 2022, were you a victim of a crime?
Yes.
Could you please tell the jury what the nature of that criminal activity was?
So I believe I woke up November 1st to a lot of credit card alerts that I had that my card was being used.
Your what was being used?
My credit cards. So I went out to the car and my wallet had been stolen. And so I called the police and
Before we go there, so we understand, you were getting credit card alerts. What does that mean?
that my car was being used and they were asking me, was it me?
Okay. And those charges were not you. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
It was not me.
And that was in the late at night of Halloween night into the morning of November 1st.
Yes.
So with these alerts, did the alerts tell you where the cards were being used?
I believe it was like gas stations. It was I had various cards, so I can't remember exactly, but I did see like a couple of gas station attempts. That's what I do remember.
And you knew that you had not been at gas stations that night.
Right.
So you went after your car. What did you find?
My wallet was gone.
Was your car damaged?
The car was unlocked. The glove compartment was up, and the doors were up, like the doors of the glove compartment, like the middle console, and that was like open.
And so your wallet was gone.
Yes.
And what was contained in your wallet?
My military ID, my children's military IDs, credit cards, driver's license, and yeah.
And did you call law enforcement?
Yes.
And who responded to this call?
The people from the Arlington, Shelby County, the sheriffs that are right up the street.
Shelby County Sheriff's Office. May I approach, Your Honor? Okay, they see it. Ma'am, I've given you a copy and I've also displayed it up here for the jury. Do you recognize that card?
Yes.
And what is that card?
American Express credit card.
And I'm gonna look, is that the back of that same card?
Yes.
All right. You own that card, is that right?
Yes.
All right. First, before I forget, I'd like the images of this card marked into evidence of the next numerical exhibit. Here's one that's not so rumpled, Judge. I'll show in. That's the card. Ma'am, you reported this to the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes,
Did they make a police report?
yes,
Prior to 2 weeks ago, let's just say 2 weeks ago, prior to 2 weeks ago, did you have any idea where that American Express card was?
no,
Who was the first person to tell you where that American Express card was?
you were,
And you've received no phone call from any law enforcement agency that your card had been found?
no.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Right. Your Honor, as far as my examination of this witness, I think that
And being in this area, you've heard of this case, correct?
Yes,
And you've heard the name before, right?
yes,
And prior to being contacted a few weeks ago, had you had any contact from anybody from TBI,
what is this?
Tennessee Bureau of Investigations?
No,
Anybody from Memphis Police Department?
no,
No detectives, nobody told you that you would be in any way connected to this case?
no.
I don't have anything further.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Rogers. This American Express card that you've identified as yours, it was in your wallet that was stolen over Halloween of 2022, correct?
Correct,
And some of the alerts you woke up to on November 1st, 2022 were to the use of this card, correct?
yes.
That's all I have for this witness. Absolutely nothing.
Mr. Rogers, those are all the questions we have right now. You can step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Fantastic. The next witness.
I'm going to go ahead and call TBI agent Chuck Baker.
So you told me, sir, affirm that the testimony given today will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Could you please state your full name and your title for the record?
Charles Baker, also go by Chuck. I'm a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, also known as the TBI.
And how long have you been a special agent for the TBI?
I've been with the TBI since September of 2013.
So the better part of 12 years, is that right?
With the TBI, yes.
And before that, what'd you do?
I have been a police officer here in the area. I've been a special agent with the Department of Revenue for an old drug unit that's now been abolished. And I've also was a special agent for a railroad.
All right. Now, if I slip and call you Chuck, it's because I've known you a long time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How many murder investigations have you conducted in your history at TBI? Best estimate.
I would say in excess of, been involved with in excess of 50, 60.
And you also investigate police officers that are involved in what is referred to many times as critical incidents, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Fatality shootings, fatality killings in police custody, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And how many of those have you investigated since being with TBI?
I'd say about the same amount. I would say right now, been involved with probably 60 plus.
And in that, in those number of investigations that you, by the way, before I forget, you were the lead agent or supervising agent or whatever title goes with your letterhead here as it relates to this investigation of the officers involved with Tyre Nichols. Were you not?
Yes, sir. In TBI's terminology, you would call that the case agent. A lot of people would call it the lead investigator. So I've been the case agent for this case.
Right. And as case agent, I'm going to lead you a little bit so we can just kind of get through this. As a case agent, you have other TBI agents that work with you and for you and report to you. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this case was opened at the request of who?
District Attorney Steve Mulroy.
Here in Shelby County.
Yes, sir.
And so this is not necessarily an unusual thing for you. Is
No,
that
sir.
right?
No, sir. And you would have to know how TBI gets their cases.
There's memorandums of understanding, there's state law
Correct.
that affect if an officer's involved in an in-custody death, that the TBI will investigate. Is that right?
Yes and no. We have to still have if it's an in-custody death, we have to have an actual official request from the district attorney of that judicial district.
Right. And that's what happened in this.
Of the date of the incident.
Would it surprise, this happened on January 7th. The original stop was around 8:30 p.m. They went to the hospital, and then would it surprise you, or were you present at Flicker Street as a TBI agent when these officers were returning to their office space?
No, I was not present at the time.
Were there TBI agents present?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Reporting to you, is that right?
No, sir. Not at that time. I was not made the case agent till a little while later. I was actually out sick with COVID when the incident happened, and I actually came in a little bit later.
But that's why. There was a TBI agent there representing the agency.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
That night.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Right. And so as part of your preparation for testimony today, did you go back and review the case file?
Yes, sir. The best I could. It's a very large case file. So.
Right. And on the night in question, by the way, do the defendants normally have you come to court, or does the prosecutor normally have you come to court?
Remember, that's, first of all, it's an improper question.
I was wrong.
Irrelevant, and
I was wrong.
I'll
I'll draw. I issued a subpoena for you to be here, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, on the night in question, when this event happened, TBI representatives were at the Flicker Street address where the Scorpion team and organized crime use it as a headquarters. Is that right?
I'd have to look at the actual
Take your time.
report.
Huh?
I'd have to look at the actual report to know names, who was there, times, and so on.
Yeah. I won't be asking you names. I won't be asking you names, okay? What I'm asking you is, TBI was present at Flicker Street on the night of this incident, were they not?
I'd have to look at the report once
Take
again
your time
to
and
give
look.
you. I don't have. You'd have to hand me a copy of the incident report.
Can y'all be looking for that while I'm examining the witness? Do you have any recollection of the investigation of this case before we dig out the TBI report?
In what sense?
In any sense?
Of course, but I don't have. At that time, I was not present
Right.
when this happened. I was at home with COVID.
All right. But the question I was going to ask you is, and I think you probably will find that it's customary in these kind of investigations. So just bear with me.
Okay.
The officers were photographed by TBI, is that right?
From my experience, I always photograph the officers.
Right. And the DNA swabs were taken from the officers. Is that right?
In my experience, yes.
And you have no information that would say that that did not happen in this case. Is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
And you've known me. I'm representing to you the DNA were taken, and we'll get to the report as soon as we can.
Sure.
All right. Photographs were taken of the officers. DNA swabs were taken of the officers. Drug analysis, urine samples were taken. Is that customary?
We do not normally take urine or drug samples. That's up to the actual agency.
Which would be MPD.
Would it be MPD? I've never, in my personal experience, have never asked for a drug or a urine analysis involving one of my cases.
Okay. And the boots of the officers and shoes of the officers were seized that night. You're aware of that?
Yeah, I
aren't
do know
you?
that. Yes, sir.
What?
Yes, sir. They were.
You were aware of that. And they were taken from the officers that night for purposes of what?
Testing. So those boots would have been collected, bagged, and sent to our lab, and I believe in Jackson. I'm not sure if Jackson or Nashville tested them. I'd have to look at the actual report, but they would be sent off for testing, DNA analysis, print analysis.
One moment. The TDI agents then began a canvass of security cameras and skycop cameras in the area.
Yes, sir.
And there was one particular skycop camera there at Cascade and Bear Creek. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did the TDI review the video footage contained on that or captured by that pole camera?
That particular pole camera that I believe you're talking about, I believe so, but that was prior to myself looking at the video.
Right. Now, what I'm talking about is where the actual incident occurred, Bear Creek and Cascade.
Oh, yes.
So that was reviewed.
You're talking about the Skycop camera.
The Skycop camera was right there, Bear Creek
Sure.
and Cascade.
Sure.
Did the TDI get that from the real-time crime center?
Yes, sir.
As part of what?
The investigation.
Right. I'm trying not to lead you. Because I don't
Right.
want to get an objection.
Right.
All right. So you gathered up that video. Did you gather up any other, or did your agency gather up any other video?
Yes, sir.
What other video?
So you
Best
have,
of your recollection.
so you would have the camera you're talking about specifically. You would have other pole cameras in the area, other Skycop. Obtain all cameras whatsoever, including neighborhood cameras such as Ring cameras, people's personal cameras on their homes, anything we can find that we're going to try to attempt to obtain for the case.
And you had to get that through NPD. Is that right?
No, sir. But we'd have to get the cameras that are proprietary property of MPD, such as body cams, car cameras, but any of the other cameras, whether they belong to a business or an individual, we'd actually have to get those. We'd have to ask that individual or business for access to those
I'll
cameras.
keep you focused on pole cameras.
Okay.
Recently, you became aware that there was a pole camera that you, as the senior case agent in this case, were not aware of. Were you not?
I was not aware of it.
Well,
Until-
my question was, hear me out. Recently, you learned of a second pole camera that was in your file, but that you were not aware of. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to call that 6705.
That I believe was our 50. If I go back, I believe it's the report 50.
You and I reviewed it telephonically together, right?
Yes, sir.
And what, and that video showed what?
So that video showed a pole cam on a street where there were vehicles parked. It was obviously dark. You can see cars going down the street. And at one point in that video, you could see an individual walk around a vehicle, go behind it, and then go back behind another vehicle and out of the frame. Sound correct?
Yeah. And when we spoke of it, you said that you had not gotten a chance to review that video, what, 2 years after this incident, is that right?
Correct. From reading the original report, it appeared to me that the original person that had reviewed it or MPD looked at it, there was nothing of importance on it until I became aware of it, spoke with you, spoke to Mr. Hagerman, let him know what was going on, and actually wrote a supplement report on that video.
And who is, to the best of your knowledge, who is that person captured in that 6705 video?
So I can't specifically say who the person is, but I can say I believe that person resembles based on what I believe it was. It resembled Mr. Nichols based on what I know he was wearing on the night of the incident.
So 2 years after this happened, the lead case agent on this case was becoming aware for the first time of Tyre Nichols captured, or somebody looking like Tyre Nichols was
Yes.
captured on 6705.
Correct.
Now, from January 7th to January 11th, I'll offer to you that Mr. Nichols passed, I think, late on the 10th. From January 7th to January 11th, was any attempt made by the TBI to gather blood and urine samples of Mr. Nichols to determine whether or not he was under the influence of narcotics?
That would have become from the hospital records from St. Francis. I believe that's where he was at St. Francis.
Do a favor for both of us. My question was, from January 7th to January 11th, did the TBI make any effort that you know of to obtain blood and alcohol toxicology reports on Tyre Nichols?
I believe so, but I have to go back and look at the report because it's been so long.
When did you come off of COVID and begin taking an active supervisory role with this investigation?
I want to say I'd have to go back to my report, but it was several days after. It was probably
After what? The death?
no, after the incident. I believe I was told on a weekend when I knew I was able to come back to work. Probably 5 or 6 days. It was several days.
But you have reviewed the file before coming, because you received your subpoena to come testify at trial.
Yeah.
You've reviewed the file.
It's the best of my ability because it's a very large file. So it's hard to memorize everything.
Nobody's asking you to memorize, okay? Were you aware, or were the TBI agents aware, that on the night in question, 5 or more narcotics trained officers suspected that Tyre Nichols was under the influence of heavy narcotics?
I have no idea about that.
You had no idea about that.
Trained narcotics officers?
Did you have any idea, or did the TBI have any idea, that officers felt Tyre Nichols was under the influence of narcotics?
I can't tell you how they felt because I wasn't there. I don't know.
Did TBI agents review the body cams of the officers involved?
Yes.
When that happened?
At different times because there's so many body cams, so many cameras. Each report would tell me exactly when and what agent reviewed that particular body cam. There's several body cams. There's so many of them that they were assigned to different agents.
Reviewing body cams.
I can't answer that. I don't know. I was not there.
That's not contained anywhere in the investigation file?
I'd have to look at the file again, but I was not there. And I can't tell you how anyone felt or what they saw.
Are you familiar with the search warrant that was issued by you on Tyre Nichols' car's contents?
Yes.
So are you familiar with that, the necessity of seeing a report?
Yes, but if you want me to tell you what the exact contents were, I had to see the report.
Maybe these will stand out to you.
Okay.
Were illegal drugs found in that car?
Yes, sir.
Were mushrooms found in that car?
Yes, sir.
And that mushrooms are commonly referred to as psilocybin. Is that right?
Psilocybin, correct.
And psilocybin is a Schedule I hallucinogenic narcotic. right or wrong?
You're correct.
Were any personal property, such as credit cards, debit cards, photo IDs, without the name Tyre Nichols on it, found in that car?
Yes, sir.
What was done with those credit cards, debit cards, and photo IDs?
Those would have just been kept as evidence of anything found in the car.
While I may not have the thousands of page reports, I do have a letter. Did you coordinate with MPD and Mr. Hagerman to return Mr. Nichols' car and contents to him
Yes.
or to his family?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I don't need to look. So is that customary to return evidence to a family member,
Yes.
including credit cards in someone else's name?
If the district attorney asked me to do it, we do it.
So in this case, were you asked by the district attorney's office to return the credit cards that were found in that car?
I was just asked to return the vehicle and the contents to the Nichols family.
But the contents included credit cards, debit cards, and photo IDs of other people. And so I'm just asking, was that your decision or was it the DA's decision?
That would be the DA's decision.
So if we have someone that came in here and said her American Express card, Kelly Rogers, said that her American Express card was stolen on the night of the 31st, and a police report of 2022, by the way, October 31st, 2022, and a police report had been filed on that American Express card and her military ID cards, and yet they were found by your agents as contents in Tyre Nichols' car. Can you explain or justify how that card was given to the Nichols family?
So like I told you earlier, the TBIs requested to work certain crimes. In this case, we were requested to work a case of at the time, an aggravated assault, which turned into a homicide. There was nowhere in that request from the DA's office to work any stolen credit cards, anything like that. And in our normal case of business, we would not do that because for us, it had nothing to do with the case we were requested to work by the district attorney's office.
Okay, maybe I'll stumble upon something. You were asked to investigate an aggravated assault charge. An aggravated assault of who? That may sound like a dumb question, but an aggravated assault on who?
On Mr. Nichols. I was.
As the case agent in charge of this investigation, did it cross your mind at any point, you got back from COVID or whatever, to get original blood and urine from Tyre Nichols in order to run toxicology screens?
Well, that by the time I became the agent, unfortunately, Mr. Nichols had passed away. Therefore, we would have gotten the blood samples from the medical examiner's office.
All right.
Because they do a full tox screen.
And had you not been out on COVID, as part of investigating this case fully, would have you requested by way of a search warrant blood and urine of Tyre Nichols while he was alive?
While he was alive, I would have always, well, let me answer your question. I would have requested the medical records from St. Francis, which would have contained a toxicology report. They had to do blood work for their treatment. That's where I would have gotten those records. Therefore, I would have issued a subpoena to St. Francis for all medical records for the treatment of Tyre Nichols.
I'm going to pass to you. One moment, Judge, if you don't mind. You had an opportunity to review that?
Yes, sir.
What's the date of that subpoena?
That subpoena is dated the 11th of January, 2023. Correct. This will be the actual receipt of the medical records from St. Francis based on the subpoena that I hold in my hand here.
Right. The date of the subpoena is January 11th.
Correct.
What does that memo say from the TBI that St. Francis gave you records? What's the date of that? February
February
what?
6th, 2023.
So 1 day shy of 1 month from when you issued the subpoena, is that right?
I did not issue the subpoena. Another agent did.
I'm sorry for referring to you and TBI.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I get it. But another agent who initially was working on the case issued the subpoena while I was gone.
But a subpoena was issued by the TBI on what date, sir?
The subpoena was issued on the 11th of January, 2023, and I received the records on February the 6th, 2023.
Did you receive them or TBI? Because we're going to be careful on this you and TBI.
On February 6th, 2023, this agent, me, received the medical records for Tyre Nichols from St. Francis Hospital in regards to this case. In response to this subpoena, due to the voluminous nature of the medical records, a copy will be maintained by the case agent, and the rest will be provided to the district attorney's office for their review.
Judge, may I have those two documents sequentially numbered as the next exhibit? First being the subpoena, second being the response to the subpoena.
Any objection? No. We'll move to the subpoena marked as exhibit 27. We will show the subpoena return as exhibit 28.
And as part of that subpoena return that St. Francis provided you items, did they provide the blood and urine samples?
I have to go back and look at the medical records.
Would you agree with me that, let's see if I can get this one. How many agents did you have from the TBI Jackson office or any office of TBI working the Tyre Nichols case while you were out on COVID? Kim Covington? Is that one of them?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chu, is that another one?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ellis, is that another one?
Yes, sir.
How many more?
Several more. You know, you've got the lab, you've got admins, you've got analysts.
No, agents. I asked about agents.
Commissioned agents.
Okay.
And I'm talking about people who weren't even there that reviewed body cams, so you've got to add them. I'd say at least 10, but once again, I'd have to go back and report to give you an exact number.
See if this sums it up. The TBI was investigating these cops. I call them cops, not out of disrespect. These cops alleged aggravated assault on Tyre Nichols, correct?
Correct.
And that investigation was with the end goal in mind of prosecuting these officers for that alleged aggravated assault. Is that right?
I wouldn't call it an end goal. Our job as a TBI is to gather the facts of the case, all of the evidence, turn it over to the district attorney's office for their review, determine any charges whatsoever. We're not a charging agency. We don't just charge somebody. We let the district attorney's office handle all that.
Right. And one of the allegations is that Mr. Nichols fought with the police that night, was it not?
That was one of the allegations.
And one of the allegations was that Mr. Nichols was under the influence of some sort of drug or something that made his pain tolerance off the charts. That was one of the allegations made, right?
That was something that was said, yes, sir.
Did you or the TBI look into that?
Yes, sir. But based on our review of video footage and based on everything else, it appeared to us that didn't occur.
Okay. One moment, John.
Yes, sir.
You at one time in Germantown, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
You've had to arrest a number of people in Germantown, haven't you?
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm 63 years old, not great shape. You're a big man. How tall are you?
6'4".
If I don't want you to put my hands behind my back, do you believe you can do it?
Everybody's different. I've learned that from the smallest guy you would think you couldn't to the biggest guy. I mean, everybody's different.
Right. But if a suspect, one suspect,
Okay.
and only one officer, doesn't want his hands cuffed, how much of a fight is it?
It's always a fight.
That's all I have.
Special Agent Baker,
Yes, sir.
Special Agent Baker, you were asked a few moments ago from Mr. Zuma questions regarding a call regarding a particular poll camera.
Our number 50 initially.
I remember 50. Did you review all of the videos at any particular point?
Did I review all the videos?
All videos that were submitted to you?
No, I did not.
All right, who reviewed most of the videos that would have been submitted?
So each video submitted is reviewed by an agent. So say you asked me about a body camera for a particular officer, there'd be a certain agent who will review that, summarize it, and also provide a report for that.
Now, you were asked specific questions regarding Mr. Nichols and whether or not during the course of your investigation you paid any attention to the conduct of Mr. Nichols, correct?
Correct.
And the conduct of Mr. Nichols, both at the time prior to being pulled over, would have been of importance, correct, to your investigation?
Sure, absolutely.
In other words, information regarding whether or not he was driving and the distance of driving, et cetera. Those things were a part of your investigation file.
They're part of the investigation, but
And I understand the focus.
let me finish. So we would look at the whole case, but our job was to ask to look at the actual assault. So obviously we would look at that and see what led to it, but that was not the end goal of the investigation.
Right. Information regarding what led to it, though, would be important to your investigation.
Sure.
Information regarding what Mr. Nichols was doing in relations to trying to actively resist, would that have been important to your investigation?
It would have been part of the case.
Part of the case would have been to find out if it would have been of any importance to you or relevance, whether or not Mr. Nichols was in any way evading what would initially be a lawful arrest.
Sure.
And you were shown that 6705 Ross Ridge that was pointed out to you a few weeks ago or a month or so ago.
It's been a little, I think back in February, I believe, March, February, somewhere around there.
And to be clear, that pointing out to you, that didn't come from MPD or
No,
Memphis
sir.
Police Department.
No, sir.
Didn't come from any other agency. Now, you realize that there was a whole another case in a whole other court, right?
Oh, yes.
Federal. And as a part of that federal case, you had agents that would have been there when people were interviewed, et cetera, right?
Correct.
And as a part of that investigation, and during the time frame related to that, did that 6705 Ross Ridge video ever come to your attention?
No, sir.
Did it ever come to your attention that it needed to be a part of a supplement?
Once I was aware of the video and what I observed in the video, I mean, obviously, Mr. Zumock told me about the video. Not that I don't believe Mr. Zumock, but I still want to see it with my own eyes. Once I saw that with my own eyes, I contacted Mr. Hagerman. I said, hey, this is an issue. I need to do a supplemental report because it needs to be that's the right thing to do.
Right. And just stepping back a little bit now, I don't know you like Mr. Zumock, right? Y'all have known each other over the years, as was stated earlier, correct?
Sure.
And you still said that, hey, just because Martin said, look at it, I didn't necessarily take his word that this was something worth me calling Mr. Hagerman about, right?
No, I would take his word, but I have to, in order for me to write a report, I have to see what the allegation is or what was on the video.
In other words, this is your job. This is not just you, somebody
Oh,
telling you
no, it's
something.
absolutely, it's my job.
And so as a part of your job, just because the defense counsel says, hey, look at this, you don't automatically write a supplement, right?
No, sir.
And you wouldn't have any problems on the other end of the phone saying, hey, Mark, this ain't worth my time, right?
If it was something to do with the case and had evidentiary value to it, I absolutely would. Same as if you called me and said, Mr. Baker, I saw something in this video. You mind taking a look at it? I would do the same for you.
No, I understand that. Let me be clear. You, because you looked at it, thought it was important enough, just like you just said,
Right.
to have written a supplement.
Absolutely.
Regarding it.
Absolutely.
And in that video, you said that you remember looking at the person walking behind cars, right?
Correct.
Walking in between cars, right?
Correct.
Did you make a note in your file regarding a particular point in the video where there seemed to have been something that looked different about the condition of the vehicle or the back of a vehicle after Mr. Nichols walks off of the screen in the video?
So the condition of a parked vehicle
It was
or a
parked
vehicle
vehicle.
driving by?
Let me ask you this way. Do you remember the vehicles and the locations of the vehicles in the video?
Yes.
And there appeared to be at least two different vehicles.
Correct.
Those vehicles did not appear to move during the course of the video.
They appear to be stationary parked.
Right, and it appeared that Mr. Nichols walked at first to the front of the vehicle that would have been the eastmost facing. I don't know if you would know the directions.
Right. So they've been pointing east.
Right, and there was a vehicle that would have been the eastmost facing vehicle, the
Correct.
one that was in front.
Correct.
He walks to the front.
Correct.
Then he walks to the middle of the two vehicles.
Of the two vehicles.
Right.
The void in between the two.
Right, and then he eventually walks off screen west of the vehicle.
Correct.
Placed at the bottom of it.
So I reviewed that video and I know where you're going with this, and let me give you my view on that. So when he walks off back to the west, you can actually see a lighting change. And I believe that to be like a ring camera or a motion type camera or light, I'm sorry, that went off. That light caused a reflection that looks like an object, because once that light goes off, it disappears. So once you look at that video, it's a glare, not an object.
That would have been a good premise, but we got the video.
Right.
And I'm not sure.
And I can be happy to show you.
Yeah. You were trying.
It's in evidence.
Right, it's in evidence. I don't remember the exact number, but it was already remarked. Yeah, but I have it here. Can I have the attorney?
Your Honor, do you mind if I stand over here, because I'm old and blind, and do you have a pointer by any chance? I can point with my finger. I'm gonna over here so Jerry can see. Actually, you mind if I stand up there? So go ahead.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the court wants the light stem or what have you for it, but
Well, I'm gonna allow you to ask the questions, and then I'll allow you to respond to the questions and indicate as you need to with your testimony. But I need you to speak loud to make sure that the court reporter can get your comments. But if you wanna go ahead and hit those lights. No, you can turn them all down. All right, proceed with your question.
yes, Your Honor, Mr. Estes. And second, is this the 6705 Ross Ridge video that we've been discussing?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever go out on that street yourself?
I did not go on that street.
All right. I want to hit play. Do you see the actual, we're going to go just with the number at the top. It's 20, 27, 50, 55 when we're starting. And I'm going to ask that you tell us to stop when you first see Mr. Nichols or the suspect.
Person who I believe.
Yes, sir.
Right there.
All right, pause. At this point, Mr. Nichols has walked past the back of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And has there been any motion sensor going off?
No, sir.
What's the timestamp on? I'm sorry.
28:57. Actually, been 28:55 when he first came to the frame.
All right, 2028, you said 57?
55 when he came in the frame.
All right. Thank you. Pause. Can you give me the timestamp at the top, please?
20:29:17.
All right, there's a vehicle that just drove past, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any motion sensor apparently having gone off,
No, sir.
being triggered?
No, sir.
Play. Pause. Can you read that timestamp?
20:29:33.
Is there another vehicle that has just driven by?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear that any motion sensor would have gone off?
No, sir.
Play. Do you see Mr. Nichols again?
I do.
Pause. What time is it?
20:29:49.
Where approximately is Mr. Nichols at this point?
Right here, behind the right rear of this minivan. And if you continue,
Back it up just a little bit before you continue. All right. Right now, you see him in between the vehicles, correct? All right. And this is 29:46.
correct.
All right. Now hit play.
2029-53, that's where we have this, I believe, light come on. Here. Keep going, please.
Hold on, pause. Pause again. You point to where you say you see a light come on.
You're gonna have to go back about 2 seconds.
All right.
All right, now hit play again, you're gonna see something pop on. Now let it play. Now let it play.
All right. That's it. 20.
See another car come by.
Correct.
Notice that light's still on. See another car come this way, right there.
Right. That's, I think it's from 2027 until 2029 and 52 seconds.
Correct.
You do not see a light at the lower portion of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then after Mr. Nichols walks past the vehicle, immediately, there appears to be an object at the bottom of that vehicle, not from the top.
They're about right here.
Yes.
That's when the light comes on. You notice, we go back and start with where the light comes on.
Let's do it one more time.
What time does the light come on?
2029-53.
We not just get close up to the.
And what we're gonna do is stop at 2029-51, just to give you that second.
That's for it.
Once that car passes, and when this light comes on, when he walks by, he gets over here, possibly up in this yard. I want you to keep your eye focused right there when that light pops on. Not the car light. There's the individual.
Stop it on 51.
He's
Stop
going
right
to the
now.
light. There you go.
Right.
That light comes on, that right there pops on. In my experience from cameras and lighting and stuff like that, that's gonna be a reflection. Based on what I believe to be some sort of motion sensor light probably closer to the house, which leads me to believe that that individual, rather than go straight down the street, he probably went further into the yard, causing that light sensor to go off.
And you, 29 and 53, that's when we see the light pop on.
Yes,
You will, I guess, admit that there is a reflection at the back of that vehicle, correct?
correct.
And you will also tend to the fact that there have been two vehicles that have passed that vehicle, right?
Correct.
I mean, passed that
Correct.
van. And you also will agree with me that the direction that Mr. Nichols walked from would be from the south side of that vehicle. In other words, the passenger side of the vehicle,
Correct, on this
not
side.
the driver's side, right?
But I don't know where he went once he went there. He could have gone that way, he could have come this way, I don't know, because the camera doesn't show us.
But you do see a dot at the back of that vehicle, yes or no?
I do.
And you can cut the light on and you can go back to your seat if you like, yeah, at this point. Do you remember when these videos would have been received from TBI?
I have to look at the case report and give you the exact date.
And it would have been simultaneous though with the same date as the other video from Ross and Castlegate?
More than likely, but there were so many videos obtained that they could have come and the way we get a lot of these videos is through a download system, and it is extremely time consuming due to the data size. We're talking gigabyte, terabytes of information.
Right, but the two that we would have received, Skycam would have been from that location,
Right.
6705, and the Ross and Castlegate Skycam, correct?
Correct.
So at least somebody reviewed it at some point and turned it over to TBI, correct?
Correct.
Indicating that it had some importance, right?
Well, they would turn over every single video obtained, not necessarily that they're reported or not, but any video whatsoever that they would have had of the general area, they would have turned over to us.
The ones that we would have received in discovery would have been these two. Is that fair?
Oh, yeah.
From your case file? And being the fact that the person that you identified as somebody wearing clothing similar to the person that you would come to know as Tyre Nichols, at least somebody thought it had some value to the case, right?
Sure.
And according to your case file, did anybody go out to see if there was a motion sensor in that yard?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
To your knowledge, did anybody go out on the next day to look around and canvass what was left out there?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
And your file to this date has nothing about anybody getting any information from the houses in that particular area about a motion sensor, about whether or not at 2952 there was an instrumentality, dope, other credit cards, anything left at the back of that vehicle.
No, sir.
Good afternoon, Agent Becker, Mike Stengel, and I represent Demetrius Haley. First, on this 6705 Ross Ridge video, Ross Ridge is in between the intersection of Ross and Rains and Ross and Kesselville, correct? Correct. And part of the reason you can attribute this video and the person slinking around those two cars as consistent with Tyre Nichols includes the time of this video, correct?
Correct.
It's in between him fleeing the officers at the traffic stop at Ross and Rains
Correct.
and him running from officers at Ross and Castleton.
Yes.
And as investigation. And photographs were taken of the contents of his car.
Correct.
Prior to anything being returned to him, correct? I'm going to show you 8 or 9 pictures and ask if you recognize them as some of the pictures. Your work.
Sure. Give me a second to ponder these photographs. Sure, these were, I believe, things that were photographed from the contents of the vehicle.
Okay, those are photographs that were taken from the content of, some of the contents of the vehicle during the search by TBI agent.
Sure, correct. You want to do that?
Your Honor, I've asked that those be marked as the next numbered exhibit.
So these 9 photos of the contents of Mr. Nichols' car at exhibit 29.
And before I get permission to publish these, Agent Baker, they were of credit cards, debit cards, correct?
Yes.
That were found in the car. And when law enforcement took the pictures, some of the names and numbers were blanked out, correct?
I believe so, yes.
I might publish that. Is this a photograph of a Visa commercial card that was in Mr. Nichols' car when it was searched?
I believe so, yes, sir.
This is the back.
Yes, sir.
Here is another picture of a credit card that was in his vehicle when it was searched, correct?
Correct.
A picture of the back of that card.
Yes, sir.
And here is a picture of a learner's permit for an Oswaldo Garcia Pena that was in his car at the time of the search.
Correct.
Picture of the back of that learner's permit, correct?
Sure.
The picture of a Inquis debit card that was in his vehicle at the time, correct?
Correct.
And a picture of a back of a MasterCard that was in his vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And a picture of a high school ID for a Jordan Riley that was in his car at the time of the search, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, those documents were returned to the Nichols family as part of the contents of his car,
I
correct?
believe so, yes, sir.
Now, you also testified that the, on the night of January 7th, the night of the incident, boots were seized from 6 officers, correct?
Correct.
And they were submitted to the TBI to be tested, correct?
Correct.
case agent received a report, forensic biology report, is that it?
That's correct.
Okay, that,
So that's gonna be, basically, that's gonna be our DNA unit.
DNA unit, that's the result of the DNA testing on the boots and other, the DNA testing related to this case.
Correct.
And it includes the boots seized from the officers, correct?
Correct.
That's the next number of exhibit.
College report 7 pages and exhibit 30.
Has he one more document? You testified that there were psilocybin mushrooms seized from during the search of Mr. Nichols' car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And of course, that being a Schedule I narcotic, it was not returned as contents to the family. Was it? It was seized and sent off for testing,
Yes.
correct? And you, as a case agent, received a report on the testing of those items submitted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to the mushroom, there was also some plant material and paraphernalia sent for testing, correct?
It was.
And that's a report from those items sent for testing.
Yes, sir.
And it confirms that seized from his car during the search was plant material containing psilocybin, the mushroom.
Well, let me read you what exactly was sent, so we're all on the same page. So there were 4 items sent: the mushroom material, charred residue, plant material residue, burnt substance. Item 12A was the mushroom material. That was a positive for psilocybin. I have the worst time pronouncing it. 1.77 grams.
Okay.
13A, which is a charred residue, that tested positive for Delta 9, which is basically a cannabinoid marijuana. 13B, plant material residue, that also tested positive for cannabis. And then 14A, the burnt substance, was 0.06 grams, and that testified positive for cannabis.
Let's get that remarked the next one.
So the forensic chemistry report, 2 pages, marked exhibit 30.
You know, we have stipulated to that, even though the toxicologist and the DNA expert's not here. There's an agreement we reached with Mr. Single and everybody earlier.
All right, thank you.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, state.
All right, first, we told you a couple days ago that the air conditioner was out of here, didn't we?
You did, and I'm very thankful for,
I'm
I
not,
know the jurors are thankful as well.
they don't know how thankful, because I'm not gonna tell them what you threatened to wear. If the air conditioner was off.
Right, well, they don't want to know.
So that we keep secret. Okay. This started, you said, as a aggravated assault case, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain why?
Well, initially, when you have a case like this, a lot of times the actual aggravated assault would be like in an officer involved shooting or a lot of custody deaths. The actual aggravated assault victim would be the actual law enforcement officer. In this case, it turned out to be the opposite, where the victim of this was the victim of an aggravated assault.
But you hear the victim wasn't law enforcement officer.
Correct.
Were the suspects law enforcement officers?
Yes, sir.
And why did it start out aggravated assault versus murder?
Because Mr. Nichols at that point was still alive.
When you he died and become murder investigation.
Became a murder investigation once he passed.
Now, when law enforcement officers, MPD officers, are suspects in criminal cases, does MPD investigate that?
A lot of times they do. In this case, since it was such a serious issue, and then it was determined to be what we would call an in-custody death. 99% of the time, the TBI can be called in to investigate.
TBI, in that situation, MPD makes a late night phone call to the district attorney, is that right? District attorney makes a late night phone call to TBI, is that correct?
Call TBI.
And then y'all take over the investigation.
Take it over.
And that's how this works.
Correct.
You, though, were out.
I was out the first several days of this.
There's another, I don't want to say law enforcement, but there's another agency involved in this investigation. Now, let me see what I mean. Do you know who the Shelby County Medical Examiner's Office is?
Yes.
Did they have a role in this investigation?
Yes.
In fact, during the course of this investigation, in the very first few days, were TBI agents, including yourself, in contact with the Shelby County Medical Examiner's Office? Mr. Zumar asked about hospital records. Right? TBI subpoenaed hospital records.
Correct.
Were you aware that the medical examiner's office also got hospital records?
Yes, sir. They don't have to subpoena, they have.
The ability to obtain the hospital samples
Absolutely.
directly
Correct.
and don't have to wait for you.
No.
Were you aware that Dr. Ross had actually obtained the samples from the hospital?
Later, but knowing Dr. Ross, that I know how he operates, that's what he's going to do.
And had you spoken to Dr. Ross in the few days after this, after Mr. Nichols unfortunately passed, about how the autopsy was done?
Yes.
About what his initial impressions were?
Yes.
And did he tell you that his initial impression was that this was a homicide?
Yes.
That it was trauma to the head?
Yes.
But did he tell you that he's gonna send brain slides and everything else off for look by other experts?
Yes, so there's an expert in New York. We have particularly unfortunate cases like this that they will send off, and I apologize to the family and attendants, but they take brain slices and they send us off to a pathologist who specializes in that field in order to do a further study that the Emmy's office here can't, won't say can't handle, but it's a much more comprehensive exam.
And you were talking to Dr. Ross and his people as it went,
Oh, yes,
and Atlanta to us.
absolutely.
Mr. Nichols dies. It's a homicide.
Homicide.
And you, TBI wanted to obtain all the video they possibly could, correct?
Anything, turnover every time.
Body worn cameras of the suspects,
Correct.
of the ones that had body worn cameras.
Correct.
Any sort of poll cameras or thing like that?
Anything that the MPD says that they have, we ask for. So we say we want the poll cameras and any camera you have access to for a specific area. You get that.
And when you ask for it, they're supposed to get it to you, right?
Yes, sir.
Are they supposed to be trying to investigate themselves and doing their own review of tape and stuff?
No, sir, not at all.
Because that's the whole point. They have a conflict.
We are TBI, we are known as an independent agency. We are totally independent. We don't answer to anybody basically except the district attorney.
So they turn over videos.
Correct.
Your agents review the various videos. Is that correct?
Numerous videos.
And was there one video in particular that got everybody's attention immediately?
Yes.
And what video is that?
That was the video that actually saw the major incident reason why we're here, basically.
Pretty deep in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Pretty rare to get.
From my understanding, it was almost kind of accidental to get that video.
Once you saw that video, were you still interested in investigating? You understand what I'm saying?
Can you rephrase that?
When you saw the video, did you believe there was criminal conduct that needed further investigation?
Oh, yes.
On that,
Well, the officers that needed, from my view of what happened in that video, we need to further investigate the circumstances of that,
from what you saw,
from what we saw.
and would it be fair to say the kicks to the head?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say the punches with people with the arms?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say the kicks on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say what was not told to medical personnel?
Yes, sir.
Well, did you still want to investigate that after you found, like, how many grams did you say? Was it 1.77 grams of mushroom material? Did you still want to investigate that after you found 1.77 grams of mushroom material in his car?
Specifically in the trunk, so no.
In the trunk.
Right.
So you find 1.77 grams of mushroom material in the trunk, and y'all say, hey, he had some mushrooms in his car, let's forget this whole thing.
That's not how we operate,
Is that how anybody operates?
not to my knowledge.
When y'all found some gift cards and debit cards and a credit card and a school ID or whatever in his car, at that point, did you say, let's just not investigate this?
No, sir, because honestly, the cards that actually we just saw, to me, look like gift cards. I don't know whose those are, I assume they were his. The ID, I don't know if it's stolen, I don't know if it was a friend that was left in the car, but to me, it had no direct bearing on what I was asked to investigate.
Yeah, and let's assume they are stolen. Let's say there's some stolen cards in this car, let's say that.
Say they would say everything in that car was stolen. It still has, to me, no bearing on the seriousness of the case I was asked to investigate. I was not asked.
Assume they are in the car, what happens next is still a crime, right?
Correct.
And if I'm right, y'all found this, obviously, after all this happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
These police officers here on trial and the other, they hadn't found it.
No, sir.
They didn't even know about it.
No, sir.
So is it fair to say that what happened on that poll cam, the surprise, the coincidence, the luck of catching it, has something to do with the mushroom material in the car, the cards in the car, or anything else these officers didn't even know about?
No, sir.
So you just keep investigating. Do you, I can't pronounce it either. Okay, psilocybin or something, who knows? I can't pronounce it either. But you know, it's, mushrooms, where people, call it.
Psychedelic.
Yeah, it's like a recreational drug that people take, and maybe it's a.
Objection, Your Honor. He's testifying. We've gone far afield when it comes to the objection. Pleading, testifying.
This is cross-examination, so I'll allow for the questions, but I'll go ahead and just ask a question.
Is it some type of recreational hallucinogen, like something like that?
Oh, yes.
And let me pass you this paper here. What's that, Aaron? Is that just some sort of burnt material or something? Is that the mushroom that we're talking about?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Because it's just hard to say.
Right.
Because 1.7 grams is how much or something?
I mean, I think a dollar bill weighs a gram. So a dollar.
Have you had occasion to arrest people for having mushrooms before?
It's been years, but the last time was because the person had a gigantic Ziploc bag.
Oh, big huge.
Huge bag. Yeah, but I've never arrested anybody for a mushroom or anything like that.
Something like you sell.
Oh yeah, there was a distribution ring.
The guy with the gigantic bag of all those mushrooms, did he have superhuman strength?
Little bitty guy.
Your experience, have you ever found mushroom use associated with superhuman strength?
Not from my experience, not.
It's a psychedelic.
Correct.
You ever found marijuana associated with superhuman strength?
Yeah, I know. He's not qualified. He's heard many of these areas. He can testify to his experience, but he's not a pathologist. He's not been identified this person as any sort of pharmacologist. He doesn't have any sort of testimony or any sort of credentials that we can rely on pharmacokinetics. Nothing along those lines. He's not testifying. He's not testifying as an expert.
I would draw that in my foundation. Have you arrested people with marijuana before?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You arrested people under the influence of marijuana before?
Yes, sir.
Have you found those people that have superhuman strength?
Not one time. Very peaceful.
That's all my questions.
Agent Baker, Mr. Hyderman went through a series of scenarios with you. Oh, we found a small mushroom. Stop investigating this death. No one suggested to you to shift your sights over to Tyre Nichols and away from the death. Right? No one suggested that.
No, sir.
Okay, so those questions about, gee, you should have stopped what you were doing with the police officers and go look at Tyre Nichols. No one suggested that to you, right?
You gotta rephrase that.
I didn't phrase the question, sir. It was a ludicrous question. No one asked you to stop investigating Tyre Nichols, and no one told you to stop investigating the police officers when you found these things.
No.
My question to you is, in conducting an investigation, it's a very broad investigation to determine what was going on when this incident happened, right?
Correct.
There was allegations of resisting arrest, right?
Correct.
So you have to look into why you called him a victim, why the victim was involved with the police that night anyway, right?
Correct.
And one of those very reasonable conclusions would be that the victim, as you call him, had evidence of crime in his car and was attempting to get away from that car. Isn't that a fair assumption?
It could be.
And if you were investigating it, you would pick up the phone and you'd call someone named Kelly Rogers or Pena Garcia or Jordan Riley and say,
I've noticed when this side of the table asks questions,
I'm gonna object to this question, Brett. Can we approach?
Defense is kicking themselves in the ass right now. Defense is mad as hell. Y'all called this witness though. That's the fucked up part. This is y'all's. You even said, Zumac, you even said, I've known you a long time, right? Yes, sir. And now look at you. You hollering at your own buddy, bro. This shit is wild. I did look. When the first witness came on, we were all mad as hell because we like, what the fuck does the credit cards got to do with y'all killing this man? Then they bring special agent. Then they bring this man, Charles Baker, special agent, TBI. And at first, the line of questioning, we're like, okay, all right. But then he started answering like he was answering truthful. He's not finna sugarcoated shit. He's straightforward. Well, it didn't go in defense's favor, so now they're fucking objection.
Not at the time that you were out for COVID, but at some point you became the lead case agent on behalf of TBI. Right? This is your case, right? And are you giving the impression that all of the arrests, now I'm going back before your TBI agent, all of your arrests have been pretty much thorough, just like what was being suggested a few months ago? In other words, when you used to arrest people, all of those situations were the type of arrest that you say, sir, turn around, put your hands behind your back. Oh, no. And you never had any difficulty arresting anybody that just didn't want to be arrested while you were a police officer through the years that you were in law enforcement.
I had many difficulties.
How many years did you serve in law enforcement?
This will be my 25th, going on my 26th year.
And how many of those years did you serve in the capacity as a detective or a special agent?
All but 5.
Okay. And so all but those 5 years, did you ever work in OCU?
I was never working for MPD.
And so did you ever do any sort of work in what would be considered vice, for instance?
No. Well, if you count drug work, work fugitive, but.
And you worked as a non-just regular uniform officer. As a uniform officer, sometimes the arrest work is a little bit easier than if you're in a capacity as a vice officer or an OCU officer or in some of the other capacities that you might have served in. Is that true?
I don't think I can answer that way. I don't think anything's easier. I think each arrest is always different.
Okay. All right. January 7th, 2023. Were you out there arresting a man that had these credit cards and debit cards in his car?
No.
Were you out there trying to arrest a man that had driven 2 miles away from blue lights when they first came on?
No.
Were you out there trying to arrest a person that had run from 3 different locations?
No.
Were you out there trying to arrest a person, and I don't care if he had a little bit of dope or a little bit of mushrooms or a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You don't know anything about Tyre Nichols, correct?
Nothing.
You don't know anything about his strength, right? You don't know if it's superhuman or subhuman,
I
right?
have no idea.
And out there on that particular night, you could not place yourself in the position of either Tadarrius Bean or anybody sitting here on trial.
Absolutely not.
So your testimony regarding superhuman strength and all that stuff, that is what he's asking you. What we're asking you about is your conduct in this particular investigation and what your file has. You did not investigate Mr. Nichols as it relates to why he would have been motivated to run, right?
No.
You didn't investigate Mr. Nichols regarding why he did not want bracelets put on him.
No.
And you don't know anything about his strength, about how much he resisted any of that, right?
Well, I mean, I can see on the video how he resisted.
He was actively resisting in the video.
But I can't.
No,
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Ask the question. Make sure you get the opportunity to answer the question.
Yes, sir.
So go ahead and ask the question and have the opportunity to answer.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You were doing a completion answer and you didn't get to, you were asked about his resistance in the video.
You know, that, I'm not there. I can't put myself in those officer's shoes. And I think he's trying to get that. You want to put yourself in the officer's shoes. I want to know what they did, what they saw, but based on the investigation, this is what I saw. But I can't tell you Mr. Nichols' strength. I can't tell you anything about his past because I don't know. And that's what I want you to know, or the jury to know, that I have no idea about Mr. Nichols' history. I was asked to work a case involving the death of Mr. Nichols. And what was the reason behind it, and who possibly caused it. Turn over that information to the district attorney and let them decide how to move forward.
And what you turned over included that full cam footage
Yes,
that you consider crucial.
absolutely.
Anything else of this witness?
No.
Thank you. Your Honor, what do you mean? Okay.
Wasn't it?
Your Honor, at this time, we would call Preston Henfield to the stand.
Before we bring that witness, is there anybody that needs a break? All right, we need to take a brief recess.
Court is in recess.
Jury.
Oh, get prepared for this one. Get prepared for this one. I got a feeling Preston gonna piss us off. I got that feeling. Preston is he was one of the original cops that stopped Tyre. He was the white cop that stopped Tyre. But because he wasn't a part of the beating, he was never charged. But if it wasn't for him and his partner stopping Tyre, none of this shit would have ever happened to begin with. But Preston, that's Preston. So yeah. He was on the scene when they pepper sprayed themselves. Sure did. Pepper sprayed themselves and got mad at you get mad at yourself because you got mad at Tyre. You should have got mad at your damn self because that was your dumbass move. Yeah, Preston is that cop. He's the only white cop that was on scene that didn't get charged with anything. He was terminated, but he did not get charged with anything. And with that being said, he probably went to Cordova, Germantown, Whitehaven, South Haven, Horn Lake, DeSoto, one of those other smaller departments. Yeah, because he didn't lose his cert. Cash, I don't know shit about the bailiff. All I know is he's just there. And I know this morning he sounded drunk as shit when he was giving instructions. I don't know what's up with him. I just know this morning when he was giving instructions, I'm like, what the fuck? It was slurred as hell. And maybe that's just how he talk, because there's some old heads here that just talk like that. Diddy, yeah. It's definitely a thing here. They'll leave Memphis PD and go to like Bartlett, Cordova, Germantown, Oakland, like I said, South Haven. Uh, they go a little. It does. Yeah, it happens a lot. I covered one that was in Memphis. His name was Taserface. Taserface got hired at like 2 or 3 different departments after he got fired from Memphis PD. Taserface got the name because he liked tasering people in their fucking face. Yes, you heard me right. He liked tasering people in their face, so he got the name Taserface. And he had to do like that instance 2 or 3 times for Memphis to finally say, yeah, you can't work for us no more, so we got to let you go. So then I know for a fact he went down to one of the Mississippi departments, got in trouble down there. I don't know what he did because they said a personnel issue or something. I don't know exactly what he did, but he got in trouble down there, got fired. Then I think he went to a third one, got in trouble, and got fired. Yeah. Yep. His nickname was Taserface. Yeah. People on the force called him Taserface. That's why I said, like, I'm sorry, but sometimes, they say one bad apple spoiled the bunch, and I believe that with some departments. I don't think it's just a few. I think it's all. Because if you know your fucking colleague has the nickname Taserface, I would be questioning that, and I wouldn't be finding that shit hilarious. So that just goes to show how deep that shit is. Your colleagues know that your nickname is Taserface and that you got that nickname from tasering people. And your colleagues think it's funny. Hey, Taserface. ain't nothing about that fucking funny. Absolutely nothing. But that's the shit that and you got some decent cops out there. Don't get me wrong. You got some that really do want to change the community, but they get drowned out by the real shitty cops like these. Which one, Sunday? Memphis done had about 5 or 6. They swear up and down it's ODing at the 201 jail this year alone. Or you're talking about Daniel that was in Alabama. They got beat in the Alabama prison systems right before he was supposed to go home. And the guards knew and didn't say a motherfucking thing. And by the time they got him to the hospital, he was brain dead. And then the prison was so damn foul that they wouldn't even let his family see him, even though he was brain dead. What could he do? How could he escape? Where the fuck he was going to go? He was already technically dead. Him? Or you're talking about Robert Brooks? The one where we still don't know what the fuck happened outside. We just know they were dragging him. And then they proceeded to take him in the infirmary and beat him until he died. Mass contusions to his thigh area and his region and growing area. Let's not include all the fractures he had around his face. That one. It's fucking sad. I named off 3 in the last year. We're past, well, Tyre was 2023. But it's fucking sad that we're still dealing with this shit. And it's, as Cash says, it's 2025. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing here? Why do you have hatred for somebody just because of their skin tone? Or why do you hate somebody because you don't like the way they look? Or why do you hate somebody because you don't like that they're not English speaking first? You know, they'll speak as Spanish or, you know, French or whatever, and then go back to your country. Why is it we hate other shit that is if we don't do it, we hate it? Why? Because that's the American thing. Does America know how stuck up we are and snobbish we are and how a lot of countries hate us? Do you know in other countries race doesn't exist like this? They don't have white and black. Go to Africa. Go to Africa. Now, if you albino, be careful. Real shit. If you albino, be careful in Africa, because no. Witch doctors will kidnap your ass and try to, yeah. If you albino, be careful in Africa. I'm going to say that. Certain parts, not all, certain parts. And if you don't believe me, look it up. I'm not going to tell you what they do to albino people, but yeah, look that shit up. But just go to any country and say that person is white and black, or white and you're black. They look at you like you're fucking crazy. What they care about is your nationality and where you're from. They don't care about if you're white, black. Oh no, it's wild to me. Having hatred for something that you really just don't even know, and I think that's a problem, because you don't know what it is, you automatically hate it instead of trying to learn from it. And that's where we fail in history class, ladies and gentlemen, because I'd be damned if history doesn't repeat itself every 5 years. Same shit over and over. Cash, no, you're right. That shit still goes on today too in certain countries. You better not be openly bi, trans, gay, none of that. Some countries do not allow that. I always wanted to go to Ireland and Scotland, truthfully. I heard it's beautiful. Damn, how long this sidebar? Break. Never mind, because this court don't run on time no damn way. I don't even know why I'm asking. running bear. I don't know about all that. I'm good on that. I mean, if they're handsome, I give them credit. But I don't know about all that. I can't agree with that one. I'm not down for that one. I'm not taking one for the team with that one. Sorry. Somebody else got to step up to the plate. Somebody else got to like dick because it ain't me. Sorry. Sorry. Have a good night, Didi. Bucci, I think I could take them. I'm part Irish and the other part Native, black, white, mixed, everywhere. Got a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'm telling you, the way my attitude is set up, yeah, nah. I pray for them. Why y'all think I'm single? I'm single to save them and myself. Because if you do some dumb shit, I'm going to tell you about it. I'm going to do it in a loving way, but that was some dumb ass shit. Nope. That's why I'm single out here. And then right now, the games that are being played, and then not only this, I've told y'all this, but look up the STD and STI, whatever you want to call it, STD, STI. I grew up in the era of STDs, so forgive me. But look that up in Shelby County, and you'll see why some of us is celibate, okay? I'm good because I can fuck around and catch something that I can't get rid of. I'm super straight on that. Super straight. Hell yeah, you fuck around, catch some. No, because I will catch a. Next, y'all will see my trial on TV, okay? So I don't play that shit. Give me something I can't get rid of and watch what happens. No.
Yes, Your Honor. A subpoena was issued to Mr. Rovon Wells, bring to court today the originals of the IDs and the credit cards that have been spoken of by Agent Chuck Baker, and that's what's contained in this plastic bag. We'd like to enter it into evidence.
We'll go ahead and show that exhibit 32. The originals, 7 cards and IDs. We'll show that as exhibit 32, which are the originals of what's been entered as evidence in exhibit 29, the pictures of the ID exhibit. All right, Spence, you ready with your next witness?
We call Preston Hemphill to the stage, Your Honor.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes, sir. All right, pass this, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state and spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, sir. First name is Preston, Preston. last name is Hemphill, Hemphill.
And Mr. Hemphill, is your appearance to testify here today pursuant to a subpoena certified?
Yes, sir.
January 7th, 2023. Where were you employed?
I was employed with the Memphis Police Department.
And what was your job that day?
I was with the Scorpion 1 team.
And what was the Scorpion team's purpose back then?
The purpose for the Scorpion team was to go to high crime areas and look for anything illegal.
And how did it go about? How did officers of the Scorpion 1 team go about that at that time?
We would go into areas, either see people like loitering at gas stations for an extended period of time, cars with reason to pull them over, and just go from there.
What do you mean by reason to pull a car over?
Tags expired after so long of not using, or a brake light burnt out, or not even turning your headlights on. Just,
Traffic violation.
yes, sir.
And what was your uniform that day?
It was a pair of black uniform pants, a black t-shirt that said police on the front, and my external vest that said Memphis Police across the chest with my body cam.
And did you carry any weapons as part of your uniform?
Yes, sir.
What weapons did you carry?
I had a taser, my duty issued pistol, pepper spray, and an asthmaton.
And were you required, as part of your employment as a police officer, to carry those weapons?
Yes, sir.
And that included your duty service revolver, correct?
Pistol, yes, sir.
What was your shift that night?
I believe it was 6 o'clock at night till 2 in the morning.
And do you recall participating in the traffic stop at about 8:20 to 8:30 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And what traffic car that was stopped?
It was a blue Nissan, I believe Sentra. I'm not familiar with the model.
And at the time that the stop was made, did you have any idea who the occupants were?
No, sir.
Did you even know how many occupants there were?
No, sir.
Why not?
I couldn't see through the tinted window. Can you elaborate which?
Let's start. How did you become involved in making a traffic stop of that kind?
Myself, Haley, and Martin were all single file traveling down Riverdale. Martin said he saw a car speeding. Martin attempted to pull the vehicle over. The vehicle refused to stop, and we found the vehicle at Ross and Raines.
Were you in radio communication with other Scorpion officers?
Yes, sir.
And you used the names Martin and Haley. Do you recall first names?
I don't recall the first name.
Was it Demetrius Haley
Yes, sir.
and Emmitt Martin?
Yes, sir.
And they were also members of Scorpion Team 1 at the time.
Yes, sir.
Who initiated the attempt to stop the blue Nissan Sentra?
Officer Martin.
And were you in the same location when he radioed that he was going to stop this car?
Yes, sir.
And who else was there?
Officer Haley.
So 3 members of Scorpion Team 1 in the same general area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how did Martin attempt to stop the vehicle?
He turned on his blue lights, he activated his siren to initiate the traffic stop, and at that time, he keyed up on the radio saying the vehicle was fleeing.
Okay. And are you familiar with the phrase getting little?
Yes, sir.
What does that phrase mean in police talk?
He's running from the police.
Did Martin use that phrase on the radio?
I don't recall.
Where were you when you first saw this blue Nissan Sentra?
We were southbound on Riverdale, coming out from under 385.
And is that where you were when you first saw the blue Nissan Sentra?
Yes, sir.
And is that where you saw Martin activate his blue lights?
No, sir.
Where did you see Martin activate his blue lights?
He activated his blue lights right after we went through Winchester. We were still on Riverdale.
Okay. Southbound down Riverdale, correct?
Yes, sir.
You recall the speed limit on Riverdale?
I believe it's 45.
Did you observe the blue Nissan Sentra commit any traffic violations
At which time?
on Riverdale?
After Martin lit him up. Yes, sir.
What traffic violations did you observe the blue Nissan Sentra commit on Riverdale?
Changed lanes twice without a blinker and fleeing from the police.
Were those traffic violations, to your understanding, a legal reason to pull over the blue Nissan Sentra?
Yes, sir.
Do you continue following the blue Nissan Sentra?
Yes, sir.
Who else continued following it?
Myself, Officer Haley, and Officer Martin.
And where did the pursuit continue?
We were traveling south on Riverdale. They turned right to travel west on Ross, and it Rains, not Ross. They were traveling west on Rains, and they came to a stop at Rains and Ross.
Were you able to observe the Sentra the entire time you were following it down Riverdale and Rains?
No, sir.
Why not?
Officer Haley and Martin passed me, and I was in the back.
How fast, you said it was 45 on Riverdale, correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the speed limit on that section of Rains?
I believe it's 45 as well.
Okay. And you fell behind?
Yes, sir.
The Sentra, Haley and Martin?
Yes, sir.
And how fast did you get up to on Rains?
I don't remember.
Do you remember exceeding the speed limit, trying to catch up?
Yes, sir.
Did the blue Nissan Sentra's actions on Riverdale increase the risk of the traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
Why and how?
Reckless driving, getting away from the police, and just fleeing from the police increases the risk of the traffic stop.
Tell the jury a little bit about
Possibly give them a ticket, probably just a warning, let them go. You also have what they call high-risk traffic stops, where it might be someone with a warrant, someone that wants nothing to do with the police, and you just need to stay on your toes on that type of traffic stop.
So that would be called high risk, correct?
Yes, sir.
What's what's the other type called?
I don't remember the specific name, but I would just say just a normal, low risk, run of the mill traffic stop.
Okay. Before you pull a car over, how do you determine whether it's run-of-the-mill low risk or high risk?
You just get the sense after you've been an officer for a little bit. If the person's moving around a lot inside the car, if you can't see inside the windows, just little things for you to, I need to pay attention to this.
And some of those things you saw on Riverdale, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that included fleeing and not pulling over.
Yes, sir.
Continued, you described it as reckless driving,
Yes, sir.
and those switching lanes.
Switching and speaking, yes, sir.
What happened when you got to Ross and Rains?
When I got to Ross and Rains, Haley and Martin were already next to the Nissan.
Where was the Nissan?
It was in the left turn lane at Rains and Ross. Facing westbound, trying to turn left on the Ross.
Left or southbound on the Ross, correct?
Yes, sir.
What color was the light?
I don't remember.
Who was on the left?
Haley,
Who was on the passenger side?
Martin,
And where were you?
and I pulled up behind him.
Did, at the point that you arrived, was there anything else that elevated the risk of this traffic stop from your perspective?
The fleeing from the police, and I couldn't see inside the vehicle because of the tinted windows.
Which windows were tinted?
If I recall, it was the back window.
And you were approaching from the back,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Was it normal after fleeing and refusing to pull over to stop?
No, sir.
Did that concern you at the time?
Yes, sir.
And was that a factor in the risk of the traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
What did it do to the risk?
It lets us know that, hey, he's already run before, but why is he stopping? What are we fixing to get into next?
That ever happened to you before?
No, sir.
At the time, how long had you been a police officer?
At that time, I was a police officer for about 3 years,
And how long had you been on the school committee?
about 3 months.
And how long, how often, if you can estimate, had you pulled over cars?
Probably every day.
Ever worked that
Yes, sir.
for 3 years?
Yes, sir.
And this was the first time a car had fled and then stopped.
Yes, sir.
Describe what happened when you got there.
When I arrived, I saw Haley and Martin approaching the car. I drew my pistol because a high-risk traffic stop, and since he stopped, like what's fixing to happen? Once I saw Haley and Martin getting into the car is when I put my pistol up and ran up to the car.
Who approached the driver's side?
Haley,
And what was he saying?
I don't remember.
Was he demanding that the driver get out of the car?
I don't remember what he was saying.
Did y'all get the driver out of the car?
Yes, sir.
Who did?
Haley got him out of the car.
How? Describe how he got him out of the car.
If I recall, he opened up the driver door and pulled Mr. Nichols out of the door.
You're familiar with the Memphis Police Department force continuum, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of those levels is empty hands control, correct?
Yes, sir.
2 categories, soft and hard.
Yes, sir.
Empty hands means no weapon in your hands, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was Demetrius Haley using empty hands control to get Mr. Nichols out of the car? Or the
Yes.
driver out of the car?
Yes, sir.
Did you know who the driver of that car was at that point?
No, sir.
Until know who the driver of that car was at that time of the stop on Ross and Reigns?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
What happened when Haley got the driver out of the car?
He tried to get handcuffs on him behind his back. At that time, he was struggling with us, and
Who was he?
Mr. Nichols.
Where was Haley initially trying to get the cuffs on?
He was pushing Mr. Nichols against the A-pillar between the door of the car and the car itself, trying to turn him around so he can get his hands behind his back.
And what did the driver choose to do at that time?
He refused to put his hands behind his back and managed to turn around and be facing toward Haley.
And how close were you at that time?
Maybe a foot, maybe 2 feet.
And how close was Martin at that time?
I don't recall.
What, during that time when the driver spun around in the A-frame, what did you hear Martin say?
I heard Martin scream, "Let go of my gun."
What did that statement by a fellow officer mean to you?
That someone's probably fixing to get hurt.
Explain why.
Because if you bring a gun into this, it could go deadly.
Our officers trained in gun safety.
Yes, sir.
Is it a serious matter to keep control of your service weapons at all times?
Yes, sir.
Is it potential, are you taught that it's a very serious situation if you lose control of your service weapon?
Yes, sir.
How did Martin's announcement change the risk at Ross and Reigns at that time?
It increased the risk.
How much?
As high as it can go with me.
Okay. And what happened next?
At that time, I heard someone say, "Take him to the ground."
Do you recall who said that?
I believe it was Haley.
And
We took Mr. Nichols to the ground. He was still resisting with us. I ended up pulling my taser out. I switched it on, but never had any electricity running through it. I put it against his thigh and told him I was fixing to tase him. At that point, we had him under control for a split second. I went to go attempt to put my taser up. He broke free, and that's when Haley pepper sprayed him.
And what happened with the pepper spray?
It sprayed everybody.
Who is everybody?
Haley sprayed himself, Martin, myself, and Mr. Nichols.
Okay. And you said Mr. Nichols broke free, correct?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by broke free?
He managed to stand up. At that point, I went to go bear hug him to hold him at the scene. He broke free from me, and at that time, I saw him running toward a SWAT car that was still running with the door open. That's when I fired my taser.
And what happened with the taser shot?
It had no effect.
Do you know whether it made a good connection with the driver?
I know it did not make a good connection.
Did you know it at the time?
At that time, no, sir. myself and Haley tried to chase after him. During that, I also didn't have my glasses. Haley was succumbing to the pepper spray. I was feeling the pepper spray then. At that time, we quit the chase. I put it out on the radio, the description, and what direction the suspect ran. And I helped Haley back to his car.
Why didn't she have your glasses?
During the scuffle on the ground, it fell off.
Glasses pretty important to your vision.
Yes, sir.
How far did you run after the suspect?
Probably a block.
Southbound Ross?
Yes, sir.
How's about Haley? How far did he run?
Probably about a block and a half. He was ahead of me.
Pretty obvious, but neither one you caught, correct?
Correct.
And that's the point when you stopped that you contacted dispatch on your radio, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said you put it out on the radio.
Yes, sir. Southbound on Ross and closing description.
General description,
Yes, sir.
and that he had fled from the stop.
Yes.
And you mentioned that you had helped Haley.
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
So after we weren't chasing anymore and I put out the description, Haley was walking back toward me. He said that he couldn't see because of the pepper spray, and I had to escort her back to his car so that he could get his water bottle to attempt to flush out his eyes.
Tell the jury about the flushing out of the eyes.
So with pepper spray, you just really try to get as most out of your eyes as you can, but even water doesn't really stop the pain. It just temporarily stops it.
Pepper spray that Scorpion officers carry is very strong, correct?
Yes, sir.
Stronger than you can buy it at the Scorpion store, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. It's issued to you as part of your equipment, correct?
Yes, sir. It's issued to all MPD officers.
All MPD officers. And if it's used, you have to weigh the canister about how much is used, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how long were you, am I correct that you spent some time dumping water on Haley's face and eyes at his request?
Yes, sir.
He was literally trying to pry them open, correct?
Yes, sir.
Took a while for him to be able to open his eyes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall exactly how long?
No, sir.
Would 7.5 minutes surprise you?
Yes, sir.
That it was, that would be too long or not long enough?
It seemed like it'd be too short to me.
Okay. All of the time that this is going on, you and Haley are at Ross and Reigns, correct?
Yes, sir.
His car's there,
Yes, sir.
your car's there,
Yes, sir.
both undercover Scorpion cars.
Yes, sir.
And this blue Nissan Sentra is there.
Yes, sir.
Martin had left, correct?
Yes, sir.
And while you're there, you've got some duties because you shot the taser, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you have to do?
I had to first attempt to find both the prongs that come out of the taser cartridge. And then after that, I had to submit a memo saying why it was deployed. I had to get the serial number off of the cartridge and submit it off.
And you had to report and request fire department medical personnel, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did that.
Yes, sir.
And during this time, y'all are at Ross and Reigns. you're helping Haley with the water, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're trying to find your glasses,
Yes, sir.
and you're dealing with the taser stuff,
Yes, sir.
and requesting the fire department.
Yes, sir.
Also listening to dispatch on the radio about this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
What did you learn over the next several minutes about the suspect?
And they managed to locate
Who is that?
Mills, Bean, and Smith.
And do you recall where they located him?
At that time, I didn't know where they located him.
Okay. What happened when they located him, according to what you heard over the radio?
And there was still a scuffle going on.
And were more cars needed?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did Haley leave Ross and Reynolds?
Yes, sir.
What did y'all know from the radio at the time that he left Ross and Reynolds?
That the cars that were over there were still struggling.
MPD training, respond when other officers need help, correct?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, was Haley responding to the call for more cars?
Yes, sir.
That would be consistent with your training
Yes, sir.
and good policing at that time.
Yes, sir.
After Haley had left, did the fire department show up at Ross and Reynolds?
Yes, sir.
And what type of personnel was it?
If I recall,
Why they arrived at Ross and Reynolds?
yes, sir.
Why did they arrive there?
Per policy, anytime an officer uses pepper spray or a taser, you have to call the fire department out.
And you had done that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you called them out to check out the suspect, correct?
Yes, sir.
And once they got there, what did you tell them?
I was keying up on the radio, asking if the fire department needs to go to where they are, or if they were going to bring the suspect back to where I was.
What ended up happening?
They keyed, I believe it was Smith, keyed up on the radio saying you need to bring the fire department down to where we are.
Okay. What did the fire department know from you before you sent them down there?
That the suspect was at least pepper sprayed and tased.
Did they learn from you that there had been a struggle
Yes, sir.
and that he had fled?
Yes, sir.
You stayed at Ross and Reynolds with the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go to Castlegate and Bear Creek?
No, sir.
While you were at Ross and Reynolds, listening to the radio, was there a description of what force was used on Mr. Nichols at the other location?
No, sir. Not that I recall.
I might have a moment with my client, John. Yes, sir. before the driver fled Ross and Raines. Was it a difficult struggle to try and control him?
Yes, sir.
3 officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
1 suspect, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was he able to get away from the 3 of y'all?
Yes, sir.
Difficult struggle,
Yes, sir.
and the 3 officers failed to detain him, correct?
Yes, sir.
When Martin said, "Let go my gun," that increased the risk because of the fear that the suspect was getting the gun or trying to, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you relied on Martin's statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And proper policing, proper training, following procedure was to rely on that statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Had to assume it was true,
Yes, sir.
and did.
Yes, sir.
And the result was to take the suspect to the ground,
Yes, sir.
where he continued to not cooperate,
Yes, sir.
continued to avoid being handcuffed.
Yes, sir.
You had your taser on his thigh,
Yes, sir.
not electrified.
Right. Yes, sir.
Haley deployed pepper spray,
Yes, sir.
and the suspect was still able to get away.
Yes, sir.
Was the driver, to your knowledge, incapacitated by the pepper spray?
No, sir.
Did, as he was running towards the car, did the taser, I guess shot, you shoot the taser,
Yes, sir.
did that incapacitate him at all?
No, sir.
He got away from you and Haley running after him.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have for this witness.
Mr. Campbell, Martin Zumach, representing Justin Smith.
I thought we were going, you told us to him to be in
I'm going to play for you. Somebody helps me connect to that screen up there. Huh? Here it is.
Boy, I thought his ass went home. It's 5 o'clock. I thought his ass went home, y'all.
Mr. Hemphill, the prosecution and I have viewed this video, but I'm going to ask you to view this video. And I would offer to you that it is the path from 385 down Riverdale over to Range and Ross Road. look at it, and at the end, I'm going to ask you if it fairly recaptures your route and speeds. Before you answer your questions, that is not a police dash cam video, okay? But the question is, does that video accurately depict the route and method of travel of you, Martin, and Haley on the night in question, down Riverdale and on the Range Road?
Yes, sir.
Now, it's going to be admitted into evidence as part of the collective exhibit that we are collecting at this time.
Can you give us a description of what this is?
It's a video prepared with HD videography. I'm actually driving the vehicle with a videographer videotaping this at the speeds reported.
I just wasn't sure if that was a dash cam of some sort or.
That was a stabilized HD video machine. So if the record's clear, if that is the route taken by Martin, Haley, and you in pursuing Tyre Nichols down Riverdale and then over on the
Yes, sir.
Range Road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What we're doing, sir, is we're taking care of the video stuff first and last. All right. I'm now going to show Mr. Hill's body worn camera, and instead of watching it all, because I think it's an hour and 52 minutes, I will be going to, we'll play it, and then I'll hit pause and ask you questions, okay?
All right.
And I'm only gonna go to that first of all, sir, I'm gonna hit pause so that the jury understands what they're looking at. Your body cam is mounted about the middle of your chest, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is that the view captured by the body cam that was then recorded?
Yes, sir.
And is that the body cam from the night of January 7th as you, Martin, and Haley are pursuing Tyre Nichols?
Yes, sir.
Before I hit play, I want you to look. I don't have a pointer other than my finger. If you look, do you see a speedometer right there?
Yes, sir.
Is that your speedometer?
Yes, sir.
Is your vision good enough to see how fast you're going?
Yes, sir.
All right. I would offer to you, this is where you're about to make your right-hand turn on the Range Road at Marathon gas station, okay? Can you see how fast you're going right there?
Approximately 60 miles an hour.
Get that 2 bars out of the way. You wanna look at it again, see if it's a little bit more than that?
It's 60 miles an hour.
All right. Did you testify earlier that as you made the right-hand turn on the Range, Martin and Haley were in front of you,
Yes, sir.
Nichols was in front of them?
Yes, sir.
And did you testify that even at whatever speed that was, 60, 64, whatever it was, all 3 cars were getting away from you?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean they're going faster than you?
Yes, sir.
I see blue lights flashing. Whose blue lights are those?
That is my blue lights.
Did you activate them?
Yes, sir.
When, the way MPD body cams are set up, when you activate your blue lights, does your body cam, if it was not already recorded, would it begin recording?
Not with the undercover cars at the time.
Okay. You have to what?
You have to manually hit the button for it to start recording.
Both video and audio, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you got out of the car, did you activate the audio on your body worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And if you had not, we would not have audio, is that right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Now, the car directly in front of your car, you just got out of, whose car is that?
Mr. Nichols.
The car just to the left of Tyre Nichols' car is whose car?
Officer Haley's.
If you look just in front of Tyre Nichols' car, you see a tire and a rim of another car. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And whose car is that?
Officer Martin.
You will see a man at the passenger door of Tyre Nichols' car. Who is that?
That is Officer Martin.
Do we see Haley in this clip yet?
Yes, sir. Right there on the far left of the car on the left side, by the tail light.
Okay, y'all are really gonna stay on top of me on this, okay? So I hit pause at 20:24:46. Ready? Do you recognize that voice that said, you heard what it said?
Yes, sir.
Whose voice is that?
Officer Haley.
Is that called verbal judo?
Yes, sir.
I'm stopping it at, trying to stop it at. All right. Whose voice is that?
I believe that's Mr. Nichols also.
And that was at 20:25:01. 20:25:01, using wristwatch time is 8:25. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
At 2025-06, someone said, don't do that. Whose voice is that?
Mr. Nichols.
Whose voice was that that said, get on the fucking ground?
That's my voice.
Is that verbal judo?
Yes, sir.
Are you ashamed of that kind of language?
Yes, sir.
Whose voice was that that says, I'm gonna tase your ass?
It's my voice.
We heard a voice saying, tasing, tasing. Whose voice was that?
Martin.
At this time of this arrest, was this a lawful traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
The mission of the Scorpion team, as directed by the Memphis Police Department, was to make traffic stops on infractions which may be minor in order to come into contact with those people that may be taking part in illegal things. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You're not the one that made that policy. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I did not.
By the way, I stopped at 2025-14. Now, that is a picture of what, sir?
Mr. Nichols.
I stopped at 2025-22. It appears Mr. Nichols is looking up at you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What's he saying to you?
That he's on the ground.
His left arm is held by someone's arm. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Whose arm is that?
At this time, I don't know.
Who just said what we just heard?
Officer Haley.
Oh, you know, catch me. I stopped at 2025-28. Starting up again. Whose voice was that at 2025-37?
Officer Haley.
And then what about the statement, y'all are really doing a lot? Whose voice was that?
Mr. Nichols.
Was Mr. Nichols complying with the directions of these three officers?
No, sir.
Starting up again. Whose voice stopped at 2025-44? Whose voice was that about getting on the stomach?
That was my voice.
Did he get on his stomach?
No, sir.
Did he ever get on his stomach?
No, sir.
At 2025-47, someone said spraying. Who was that?
I believe it was Martin.
And we'll stop right here at 2025-54. You've given a number of statements to the FBI, the police department, and also to the district attorney's office that indicated that Mr. Nichols was able to lift and push you, Haley, and Martin off of himself.
Yes, sir.
Those true statements or not?
Yes, sir.
And how much do you weigh?
About 275.
And how much does, in your approximation, Mr. Martin weigh?
Probably about 250, 270.
And Mr. Haley?
About 250, 270.
You sure you're not just making that up to exaggerate that Mr. Nichols pushed you three guys off of him?
No, sir.
Starting again at 2025-54. Was that an attempt to fire a taser?
That was, yes, sir.
And then we saw Mr. Nichols do something. What was Mr. Nichols doing?
Taking off his jacket.
That was at 2025-59. Just before you, at 26:19 or 8:26 p.m., I see a figure appears to be walking back towards you. Who is that?
It's Officer Haley.
Haley got ahead of you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
2938. Where Rains and Ross. 10 yours and 40. Young male, black, slim build, blue jeans, and a hoodie.
That rate, I stopped it at 2026-46. That radio call that you just made, did that go Ridgeway precinct wide or Scorpion only?
Ridgeway station wide.
And when we call a station, that's a precinct, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that includes, what I'm gonna call blue and white cars, squad cars, marked cars, everybody, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Who's out walking to your left right there?
It's Haley.
And by the way, I stopped it at 2026. That's Haley.
Yes, sir.
Now, Federal Ross, we last saw him. What's that? Yes. All right, hang on, hang on. Ready? All right, just ready. One of the problems with Baxter.
You take Haley by the arm, it appears I stopped at 2027, 22. You took Haley by the arm. Why did you take Haley by the arm?
He was unable to see because of the pepper spray.
In order to cross traffic.
And also across the street. Yes, sir.
Started with you.
All right, your car's right in front of you. My car, go for a walk. All right, hang on. Where's your water?
I stopped it at 2027, 36 to give you a warning, for lack of a better word, to listen to the radio calls that are being made and the car numbers, or I'm sorry, call numbers that are reporting in, okay?
Okay.
What was your call number that night?
2938.
And do you recall what Justin Smith's call number was?
I believe it was 2931 or 32.
31. And what about Mr. Mills?
I believe he was 2930.
That's right. And your Lieutenant Dwayne Smith was what?
I don't remember.
I would suggest you 2901 because he's a lieutenant, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got you. Negative 2938. Where are my damn glasses?
What were you saying there?
She was asking. I couldn't hear what she was saying. But
You said something about your glasses.
oh, I think I'm correct. Yeah, couldn't find my glasses.
What happened to your glasses?
During the scuffle, they flew off.
You call that a scuffle?
Yes, sir.
Stopped it at 2028-18. That's Haley that you're pouring water on.
Yes, sir.
Where's Martin?
I believe he's already left the scene to go find Mr. Nichols.
It is what? His caller?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear that radio call?
No, sir. I wasn't able to hear it.
All right, listen to it again. Someone makes a call. And I think I know what it said, but I'm not one testifying. You recognize that voice?
It sounded like Officer Smith.
Asking for what?
For more cars?
I'm sorry, 2028-30 is when that was asked, okay? I'm sorry. Thanks for reminding me.
Let back in. I
Who's 2933?
33, I believe, is Martin.
What's up? Right, all right, ready? Well, right up.
Is that a police siren?
Yes, sir.
That way.
Who was that?
Smith.
I stopped it at 2029-56. I'm at Justin Smith sitting over there.
Yes, sir.
I gotta find my glasses and get this damn pager downloaded.
That stop says 20, 30, and 30 seconds. Who was that on the radio just then?
Justin Smith.
And what did Justin Smith tell the dispatcher?
To go ahead and start the fire department to this location for chemical agent.
And is that, by saying fire department, they're not gonna put a fire out there over
Yes,
there to provide what?
Medical assistance.
For who?
Anyone that was affected with pepper spray,
Including?
the suspect.
Like a camouflage jacket, like orange, green, and red, 25 head,
Stop at 20:31:24. That's 8:31 p.m. Whose voice was that with the description?
Sounds like Officer Martin.
Stop at 20:31:34. Whose voice was that about not getting far?
I wasn't able to hear it.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
His voice was.
I don't know.
Okay. I think he's with you though, right?
Yes, sir.
What was that call about?
Just asking dispatch if she did hear that I deployed the taser.
And what, and the dispatcher's response was what?
That she knows and fire department's en route.
And that fire department en route was a result of Justin Smith's radio call.
Yes, sir.
I stopped it, by the way, at 20:31:45. I saw what you did. Did you hear that call?
I heard 2901, but I couldn't understand the other stuff.
Would it help if you listened to it again?
Possibly, yes, sir.
We'll listen to it one time, see if you pick up what Lieutenant Smith says. Was he asking if K9 was in the area?
I couldn't
We don't
understand.
want you guessing. Okay, move on. That was a 20:31:57.
That way.
voice was that?
That sounded like Officer Martin.
Good right now? Can you at least have guys?
All right. I stopped it at 8:32 p.m. 20:37. Did you hear that voice?
Which one?
Right now?
Radio
Can you at least have guys?
Southbound Ross. Whose voice was that?
It sounded to be Officer Mills.
Moving on, that was at 20:32:44. So that's 8:32 p.m., almost 8:33 p.m. That radio call went out. Go ahead. You recognize that voice?
Sounded like Officer Mills again.
Martin and all them were over there chasing them. Shit, you sprayed me too, but luckily you didn't get my ashes on my eyebrow. Oh, stop his ass.
Okay, before we get to the radio call, let me have to rewind it. You made a comment there. What was your comment?
That I hope they stomped his ass.
Show me a reason to believe that anybody was going to stomp anybody's ass.
No, sir.
What you mean by it?
It just from being pissed off at the situation, from being pepper sprayed and losing my glasses and just angry.
I'm going to rewind it 10 seconds so that you can then hear a radio call go out. Okay, after your statement. Okay.
Luckily you didn't get my ashes on my eyebrow. Oh, stop his ass.
Whose voice was that?
That's Justin Smith.
What was he calling for?
For more units,
More units.
more cars.
Means what?
We need more officers over here.
We all know what a drama queen is, right? Somebody who exaggerates the situation.
Right? Yes, sir.
Is Justin, based on reputation, is Justin that kind of person?
No, sir.
Did you recognize his voice as being panicked?
Yes, sir.
That is at 20:33:57. 8:33:57.
They stopped with that. Smith was going for other cars. It's him and Martin chasing them. Sure. I got you.
Did Haley give you a direction just then?
Yes, sir.
What?
Stay with the car.
That's at 20:34:31. Justin Smith, call across dispatch to have dispatch send more cars.
Yes, sir.
That include Haley.
Yes, sir.
I stopped it at 20:34:47. Start again. Whose voice was that?
Sound like Justin Smith.
What did he say?
I wasn't able to understand it.
time?
I believe he said suspect was still fighting.
That was at 20:34:52. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize his voice?
I couldn't hear the voice again.
Did you hear what the words were?
Yes, sir.
What did it say?
You give me your motherfucking hands.
By the way, why are you coughing and spitting?
The pepper spray is now getting into my lungs and affecting how I breathe more.
Is that common?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you referred to something called bad bob. Bad bob is a training exercise, correct?
Yes, sir.
You recall yours?
Yes, sir.
Was this similar to your bad bob training exercise?
Yes, sir.
Continuing on, 20:35:03. Whose voice was that?
Haley.
What did he say?
He was asking where they were at because he said Ross and Castlegate.
Whose voice was that?
It sounded like Mills.
And it was giving the location.
Yes, sir.
Whose voice was that?
Justin Smith.
Describe what his voice sounded like to you making that call.
Very distraught and still fighting.
I'm sorry. I stopped it at, by the way, for the record, I stopped it at 20:35 at about 55 seconds. By the way, we hear sirens in the background.
Yes, sir.
Are all the cars from Ridgeway Precinct headed that way?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Because they hear an officer screaming for help over the radio.
Whose voice is that saying what he said? Whose voice was that?
Can we hear it one more time?
Sure. Whose voice was that at 20:36:46?
Yeah, it sounded to be like Officer Haley.
And what is that vehicle that's pulling up right behind you right now?
A Memphis Fire Department fire truck.
And is that fire truck as a result of Justin Smith's first call?
Yes, sir.
That was at 20:36:47. You just made a radio call out to who?
To the dispatcher.
To do what?
To to ask the cars at Bear Creek and Castlegate, do I need to send the fire department over there, or are you bringing him back to the fire department?
Because the suspect is over at Bear Creek Cascade, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So the person you're asking about bringing him over to me, or do I need to send down you? We're talking about the suspect, right?
Yes, sir.
Not Haley, not you, but the suspect, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we were fighting the dude.
By the way, these are Memphis Fire Department personnel, but you've been involved in this case now for over 2.5 years. Do you know those firemen's names for the juries?
I
If you
believe,
don't, just say you don't.
I believe the white firefighter is Robert Long.
Okay, Long. But you're pretty sure of that from your involvement in this case?
Yes, sir.
That's Long, the white one? Okay.
I tased him and it was great. I think they're fixing to bring him over here because they're further down there when he took off running. I mean, you know, I know. Did you come? You got, yeah, we call it. But you the one that got sprayed. Or was it for the patient? It was for the suspect. I was just there away. No, we were on the ground and I thought that I'm spraying him. Just sprayed off. So they took the patient away and break his neck. He took off running and he got him. Oh, okay. Yeah. Y'all need those? Well, one of the prongs did get him with the taser, so I don't know if you guys need to take it out, look at it. Hell, I don't even know if it's still on. Yeah. Just to cover our ass, we just talking to you guys. Okay. Oh, shit, I can see who it is. Yeah, they got him down there. My partner pepper sprayed me and I tased this. Fire department need to come down here, or are you bringing it back down here? Come down here, bring it down here. All right.
Whose voice is that?
Justin Smith.
Telling you to do what?
To send the fire department down to where they are.
Send those two guys,
Yes, sir.
EMTs, paramedics, wherever they are.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just
Oh,
go
hold on,
now, a couple streets you should be able to see.
I'm trying my best. 20, 38, 47-ish. All right. So I'm stopping it at 2038 53. At that point, you're telling people down at Bear Creek and Cascade that you're sending those EMTs, paramedics down there to them. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Have the attorney's approval. We are going to go ahead and excuse you all. We will resume tomorrow morning with the remaining portion of the cross-examination of this witness. Again, as we talk about each time y'all leave the courtroom, it's still not time to discuss the case. Please make sure that you don't talk to anyone or let anyone talk to you about the case. Put your notes in your chairs, and please get rest, and we'll see you all back here tomorrow. officer, we are going to continue with your testimony tomorrow morning. So the court's going to need you to be back here about 10 to 9, so get started at 9 o'clock. Sir, you are still under oath, still a testifying witness, so sir, you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone or let anyone discuss or talk to you about your testimony until you conclude your testimony tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you can step down. And sir, you are free to go at this time. Are there any other matters that we need to address before we adjourn today? All right, we'll go ahead and adjourn trial tomorrow 9 a.m.
All right. Court stands adjourned at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
We're done. So today was interesting for sure. So that shit the defense not being ready threw me for a loop. I'm gonna be honest. The defense not having their witnesses ready. Then the defense calls in a witness that didn't really help them at all. To the point where they got mad. I ain't never seen no shit like that ever. I ain't never seen no shit like that. Today was very interesting. I'm surprised the judge let that shit slide, because yeah, like I said, if it would have been me, oh baby, whatever witness is not at this courthouse today will not be testifying tomorrow, Friday, Monday, no day. Their testimony is straight. Yeah, the defense got caught with their pants down for real. I'm telling y'all, the state resting fucked them up. They did not expect that. I bet you the state sat here and said, we're going to go 5 days. Because come on, they said timeline for this trial should be 2 weeks. I bet you the prosecution said, oh, we'll do 5 days. Then turned around and said, no, we're just going to do 5 witnesses total. How about that? We rest. Because all of us is like, wait a minute, what? How the fuck you resting after 5 witnesses? After the medical examiner, they rested. Yeah, he ended up yelling at his own fucking witness. That's how bad it went for them. Poor Addie Perry. Addie Perry over there. Every time he walked away from the witness, Mr. Perry, Mr. Hot Dog Head, every time he walked away, his head was so low. Like, y'all, we fucked. But what really makes it worse is the reason why they got into this fucked up funk, because they just knew that all the charges was going to be dismissed today. They knew that they were going to get acquittal today. That's why they was like, we don't need our witnesses here. We finna get this shit knocked out, boys. We finna go home tonight and eat dinner. Y'all gonna be out tomorrow, watch. And when the judge said, no, the jury got enough evidence to convict y'all of murder. Y'all should have seen the look on them damn faces. They're like, oh, shit. Well, Your Honor, we need time to call witnesses. What the fuck you mean you need time to call witnesses? So your witnesses is not there? One of them in St. Louis, the other one all across the country. I swear, one of them said theirs can't be there till Friday. I guarantee with the prosecution sitting here saying, no, we only calling 5 witnesses. Fuck y'all. We not finna do this long, drawn out shit. We finna be quick and easy. We're gonna draw it out. Here's the video. You see it. You're gonna see it 50 million times, but here you go. They killed him. Prosecution is really hanging on that video, and I said they shouldn't. But that's what they're doing. I'm not a lawyer, though, so I don't know what I'm talking about. So there's that. But then turn around, you caught defense down with their pants down around their ankles, tripping and shit. Then the witnesses they're able to call, like the Miss Kelly Rogers, a former vet, boy, y'all ain't got. She just testified that she started getting notifications on her phone that her credit card was being used, the American Express. Okay, they didn't send no pictures, they didn't send no video, they didn't show nothing to Tyre. They basically tried to insinuate, yeah, Tyre was swiping them cards. Where the fucking proof at besides the shit being in his possession? And I like what the special agent says, Special Agent Baker. He told their ass, I wasn't called in to look at stolen credit cards. I was called in for what those officers did to him. That's why I was called in. I wasn't called. We don't even deal with stolen. He said it. We don't even deal with that. Then, of course, to Preston Hemphill, bitch ass. I can't stand Preston. If it wasn't for him, none of this. If he would have just held back, none of this would have happened. And I did find that clip where CJ said basically that none of the investigators solved driving infractions. I did find that, just FYI. So she did say it, just FYI. I told y'all, the chief even said it's kind of hard to prove that he committed a driving infraction, and so the whole stop was null and void, truthfully. I don't know. I get mad because I'm like, because I know some of this stuff were brought up in the Fed trial, like the over 71 conflicting commands. That absolutely was in the Fed trial. State, why don't you hit on that too? I haven't heard you say that not once. Not once have you sat here and said or asked any of the witnesses, when you reviewed the video, how many commands did the officers give? I haven't heard that once. Just like I haven't heard, and I haven't heard this in any trial, and I've told y'all this, and I get highly disappointed about it because it should have been admitted into evidence, and I still don't understand why it wasn't. But 2 days prior to that, they had literally been on the news hollering and telling us to be vigilant when dealing with undercover police, because we had fake undercover police running around here with the police badge and all of that, with the vest on, with the blue lights in their car, undercover, pulling folks over and robbing them. So we're already hyper vigilant. I've seen undercover here with Texas tags. You think I'm stopping for that shit? No, I'm not. Hell no. I'm not. Follow me to the police station. Now, none of us has said Tyre is a saint. None of us has said Tyre is an angel. Apparently, he had his demons. We're not saying he's anointed and he's free of sin. We're not saying that at all. But what we are saying, what happened to him was overkill. They started out aggressive with him. I don't care who you are. You come at my door with a gun drawn, telling me, hollering at me to get out my fucking vehicle, I'm going to have a problem. I'm going to have a whole nasty ass attitude. Gun or not pointed at me. It still doesn't negate the fact that they beat the shit out of him, held him up. They tried to say this man stood on his own. He didn't stand on his own. They held him up and beat the shit out of him. They even admitted and gloated on fucking body cam how they were throwing haymakers and how they were throwing pieces at him. You had Preston ass sit here and say, I hope they stomp his ass out. Once they pepper sprayed themselves and the tase didn't work, because I don't think he ever got tased, if you want to know the truth. I really don't. I don't think them prongs ever really hit him. But after that, it was already made up in their mind. They was beating the shit out of Tyre. Everybody knows there's a run tax in Tennessee, or Memphis anyway. You run, that's an automatic ass whooping. But we've also, and that's in the DOJ report, where we've seen you ain't even got to run. They still beat your ass. Go back to a video I just dropped the other day where I called somebody close to me. Now, mind you, she's white. Her sons are white. Her son was in his own house, the first one. Not the second one, because I told y'all, the second one he ran. He did run. But what they did to him was even fucked up too. He already had a fractured arm. They refractured it because he ran. Then refused him medical attention. The first son, he was in his own house. And they ran in and beat the shit out of him. And his older brother had to step in, and they almost took his ass to jail for trying to stop them from beating the shit out of his baby brother. And mind you, they're white. This unit has been out here causing havoc in the streets. Yes, they disbanded, but they came up with 2 more new units that are out on the streets patrolling now. So all they really did was rename it. I'll admit, Memphis crime is out of control. It is. And once again, I'm going to tell y'all why. I blame us. And folks say, I wasn't me. No bullshit. You fucking signed up for this bail reform shit. You didn't read the fine print. You didn't read where it said murderers, rapists, chomos, all of that. Y'all didn't read that shit. Did we need bail reform? Absolutely. Because if you stole a piece of candy and you can't fucking make bond, that's bullshit. But if you came out here and you shot somebody and then you able to get a damn $25,000 bond and get right back out in the streets and go shoot and kill somebody else, nah, hell no. There's no reason why we should have that be going on in our city. No reason whatsoever. But what they're trying to paint Tyre, he ain't that. I know plenty of dudes who are that, who are from the streets, who will fucking, they will do some shit. If you play with them, they'll play with you, and you're not gonna like how they play. Tyre wasn't that. Did he make bad choices and dumbass mistakes? Absolutely. All of us do it. Do I agree with him running? Absolutely not. But when they came at him the way they did, I could understand why he did run. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, no, yeah, no. Especially with me being from this city and I know what our news is and I know what happened to the events prior to that. And I know how Scorpion Unit been out here doing, folks. I can't turn a blind eye to that. I can't. They've been out here beating the shit out of people. They've been out here violating people's rights. They've been out here doing bogus ass shit and nobody checked them on it whatsoever. And it wasn't until Tyre's death until we really got some real overhaul. And the DOJ came in and said, nah, MPD, you fucked up. City of Memphis, you fucked up for fucking hiring these folks. So y'all just as culpable. DOJ didn't hold back. They even went off on our fucking judicial system and basically said our judges suck because they absolutely over-sentence black people compared to our white counterparts who can do the same fucking crime. I hate he had to lose his life for this shit to come to light. But it needed to. People in this city been dealing with the abuse of MPD. And no, I'm not going to say everybody's a victim of it, but there are some people I know for a fact that didn't deserve the ass whooping that they got. But because they caught a police officer on the wrong day and wrong time, got their ass beat. I can go through Memphis Most Wanted right now, and I guarantee you I can find some mugshots where they motherfucking eyes is black as shit. And probably 9 times out of 10, MPD did it to them. So I highly suggest people look at the DOJ report and understand why some of us are so. No, there's nothing you can say or do to justify what the fuck happened to Tyre. There's nothing you can sit here and say, well, no. Running does not equal death. I don't give a fuck what day of the week it is. Shrooms and stolen credit cards that you didn't know was back there until after the fact doesn't equate to death. So with that being said, I'm finna get off here and go spend time with my dogs, feed them, and we'll be back in the morning, most likely 9:15ish is 1/4 start, because Judge Jones Jr. ain't never on fucking time, ever. He tells his court, we need to be ready at 11:05, and it's 11:16. Yeah, Judge Jones don't know how to time manage, but whatever. So we'll be back in the morning, though, but protect your mental, because this trial has been heavy. Watching that video over and over and over. If it's fucking me up, imagine what his mama, his stepdad, his brothers, his sisters are going through, because they're sitting in that courtroom. Well, I don't think they were today, because I did hear that attorney say, we subpoenaed Rovon to see if she can come back up here. I don't know what they are trying to do, but I did hear that. So, and we'll see what type of witnesses they pull out their ass tomorrow, because now it's just defense. So we shall see, and we shall see if those witnesses go in the defense favor, because baby, Special Agent Baker did not help them. He didn't. I know Justin Smith attorney, which is Martin Zumack, the one who called him. I know they probably mad as hell at Zumack. Zumack fucked up today. You might as well say he called a witness for the prosecution, because that's what it ended up being. Which I think is hilarious, funny, and it goes in our favor. So, hey, high five to us. But the fact that he hollered at his own witness because he got that fucking mad because the witness wouldn't go with a certain narrative he had, I thought that was hilarious. Zumack catching hell tonight. You best believe Perry done called Zumack and Stingle done called Zumack, and they like, look here, motherfucker. Perry and Stingle done had. They're like, we gonna catch this motherfucker outside the courthouse, cause don't call nobody else up to this damn stand that ain't gonna help us. That shit. Zumack, pat yourself on the back for that one. I know Stingle and Perry was over there. Boy, Perry had his head down after the acquittal was denied. That you can tell he was defeated. His head was down. Literally, after that acquittal was denied, if you go back and watch, his head was down the whole time. Every time he walked away from a witness, his head was so low. Because there is no saving Haley, Mr. Perry. You can't save him. Stop being a Captain Save-A hoe. I'm gonna teach y'all, stop being Captain Save-A hoes, because you can't save every hoe. Maybe one or two, but you can't save every last one of them. So, hopefully, to me, I felt like that was karma for how Perry, Zumack, and Stingle been doing the prosecution, because every time the prosecution said something, they were hollering objection. So I only think it's payback. It's payback. Although I still think the DA could get up and say something. I give the girls credit, though. The assistant Ds, and I don't know their names. I've been trying to find their names so I can put their name to a face. But the assistant DAs, the women, I will give it to them. They have been doing a fantastic job. I like how they played that with the medical examiner, and how, how she questioned him on his abilities to like investigate deaths and homicides like this. I liked what she did there. It was a good play by them, but like I said, DA Paul, he got to bring his A game. The monotone questions, and it ain't doing it for me. And if it ain't doing it for me, I wonder how it's doing it for the jury. And that's just being real. So, hopefully tomorrow's better. I doubt it, though, because I'm pretty sure that video is going to be played 1 million times more tomorrow. But hopefully, the end result is guilty. My main charge, I like the kidnapping and all of that. I could care less about. I'm going to be honest. It's that second-degree murder charge that I want to stick. That's the one I want to stick. And I pray that it does. But I do think today with the judge sitting here saying, nah, I ain't finna give y'all an acquittal. Because the jury has enough to convict y'all of second-degree murder. So, I think with the judge saying that, they kind of add a little sting to it too, because when the judge says, no, we got enough to prosecute. So, I will catch y'all tomorrow, bright and early. And hopefully we have a good day tomorrow. And if it's a shit show like it was today with defense and their fuckery, it was funny, but it's still fuckery because they tried it. They did. But hopefully they have a better day tomorrow. I really don't care if they have a good day, but they looked real defeated today. So, but y'all have a good night and I'll catch y'all later. Peace, y'all.